Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Sorry to hear about your streak, Oshik. This is the thing that I don't like about the streaks, is because it makes everybody feel bad when they miss a stream, and that's like kind of sucks. I think negative negative reinforcement is always a bad thing. You shouldn't punish people, you know, for using your platform. It should just be a positive thing, you know. I wish they would make it so like the streak would just like stay and not go away. Right? It's really dumb. Maybe we'll have to implement our own streak system for the overlay, just so that it's more fair. Because I mean, it's so stupid. You miss one stream and then your entire streak that you've built up over the course of like 80 days is gone. Yeah, I think it's dumb. It's not fair. It's like I don't know, it's stupid. So we'll make our own at some point. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, tomorrow is the playtest for Lured In. Also welcome in, Raymus. So we're gonna be trying to work on just a few little things here and there that we can get done today. I think we're at a pretty good spot. There's a couple things that would be nice to add, but you know, I think we're at a good spot though. Let's go ahead and go to this view. So one of the things I just added. Oh goodness. Oh goodness gracious. Okay. Let me open this up. So one of the things that I added is a little pop-up menu with a link to a feedback form. If anybody's played the Starground demo, it might seem familiar. So why is there still music? I turned you off. It probably just didn't update yet. Let me hit quit so that it doesn't. But yeah, it's just a chance for people to leave some feedback for the playtest. All it does is just open up a link to this form right here. Just some very simple questions. How did you learn about the game? Satisfaction, favorite part, least favorite part, any issues, what would you like to see, and just general feedback. But yeah, also welcome in, Zafencer. So that'll only pop up when you're in the main menu and you launch for the first time, I believe. Unless it appears again when you go back to the main menu, no. So it's only when you first boot up the game. Oh, right, because it's a part of the global UI and it only happens on ready, so yeah. So we should be good there. Oh, and that's probably why it's a little... Sometimes it's not a huge deal. Everyone's just going to click the X before they do anything else. But it can be like a little funny because I can open another menu behind it like this. I'm not going to worry about that right now. But someday I'll fix it. It's not going to matter. Whoa, what did my game just like start lagging? What's happening? It's one of these weird lag events. Like, it's not anything that I've done. Sometimes this happens, and I don't know why. Oh, I set my FPS limit to 10 by accident. That's what happened. Okay. Whoops. Whoops, guys. Anyways. Got the normal font. Okay, and another thing that we will have to do is add in our little translation button, too. None of the translations are quite ready, so I'll probably wait a second on that until after, like, the playtest comes out. But yeah, we can definitely do that, though. It would be cool to have a sorting button up here so that I can... I definitely will do that eventually. I just don't know if I have time to do that right now. Because these 4 hours are kind of like the last stretch, I would say, for things. Ascension stuff is in here. All the regions. Those are all good. I think I fixed most of the bugs that you guys identified on Discord. We'll look at those right now. But they should be good to go. Let's go into here. Excuse me. So here we are. See, I'll definitely do this eventually. That's like a suggestion. I fixed this stuff with the pot. That was a little funny. You could like raise it up from a different location. It was really weird. It was a simple fix, but there's some things in there. I'd like to do this eventually. But there are a lot of like potential issues that come with some of this stuff. Because like a lot of it comes down to ascension, right? Like if you ascend and you still have decorations that are like really expensive, I have to balance their profits, you know? I can't just like, I don't know, we have to be careful about that. But anyways, so this has a couple in here. I don't know if this is something I can really fix, the bluefin tuna molomel being larger than the player. I mean, that's kind of the intention, right? Because they are in real life. They're bigger than human beings. So I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do about that. I did fix this one. Now it'll show seconds if you've gone for less than 1 minute. This one... Yeah, this is because if you don't fully finish the cleaning process. So I might fix that somehow. Can't zoom in while doing character customization. Cool. Right side of shops should have decorations. We definitely could. But I'm going to do a big layout change again, I think. So I'm not going to work on this layout anymore. Then yeah, the same bug here where if you click on another tank, you can see the food pellets and stuff floating down, which no, I'm not sure what to do about that. This is one we can definitely do where you get to see the algae multiplier on a fish, so we will do that. Should be pretty easy to do. So let's go put a fish in here. Boom. I don't know why I only have some fish. I guess I was just fishing. Oh, right. Yeah, I was. Okay, so let's give ourselves a algae eater. Give one of every fish. So this guy eats algae. Oh, he's a saltwater guy. His algae multiplier might be a little too... Oh, he's also... Hold on, guys. There we go. So there he is. So it shows weight, generating. I think that's most of the things that we need to know in there. I could show the liquid type, but we know that it'll work with whatever the tank is. Probably fine. I don't know what's up with my throat right now. Okay. So, we're just gonna add that little text into here. Should be really easy. Let's go into the tank menu. And when we click on a fish, I believe that we say, set selected fish, or something like that. Where is that? Perhaps. Somewhere in here. No. It is in the info panel, so I'll just go look at that. And then somewhere I'm setting the text. Here it is, update info panel. There we go. Nope, but that's for... Trying to figure out where I do this. I don't think I do it in the info panel. It must be. Unless I do it from the fish itself. That would be a little weird. By the way, you kind of don't need to ascend. I played from the start and didn't ascend, and I have every research and everything. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it'll become more important to ascend later on, as we have more content in the game, because the way I've been adding in new regions and stuff is that it's always like, so if we look at like, I'll show you guys like a graph or whatever. Hey, Brainoid, welcome in. How's it going? So this is basically the, well, it's 2 to the power of X. This is like the scaling for the cost of going to the new zones or whatever, right? Like it's increasing exponentially, but the value of the fish that you're getting out of the zones are not scaling at that rate. They're more like 1.5. So you can see that there will eventually be a spot where it becomes so difficult to get to the next zone that ascending is kind of necessary. So that's kind of the way to do that. I want to make sure that ascending feels like a player decision instead of just an arbitrary progression gate. Because it's fine if you don't want to ascend. I want that to be kind of okay. I mean, obviously the game will get to a spot where it becomes practically impossible. But I hate sometimes in games where it's like, okay, you just have to ascend now and delete all your stuff because you can't do anything else. Because I was playing a Scritchy Scratchy or whatever recently, and I ran into that, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, good man, mostly. Oh yeah, all the Ludum Dare drama. Yeah, they're ending that now, which is pretty crazy. Well, ending. It sounded like I read the whole post and stuff. It sounded like it may return. Probably will. Yeah, it's Ludum Dare has had a lot of problems for a while. Yeah, it's this post right here. Taking a break, I think. No, not that one. Where is the one? Oh, is this? I think this is, no. Where was it? Here, let me just go to the down the gym server, because the link was in there. Here it is. Oh, it's like a post, right? What? Oh, okay, yeah, it's in the post of 59. But yeah, it's gonna be ending soon. Well, not soon. There's like 3 more years, or, yeah. It's gonna end in 2028, so yeah, I might have to do it one last time for old time's sake. I don't know. I've never really liked Ludum Dare, because I think, isn't it like a really long, it's like a week-long jam or something like that. I don't know about that. It's too long. But you know, it is an iconic jam, so it's kind of sad to see it go. It's 3 days actually. What was the one I did was a week? Oh, I'm thinking of a different one. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I did it one time. It was okay. But it's kind of the website's really frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. It's just kind of a little janky. I really like what everybody's done with the Down Jam website and stuff, because it's just so much more feature rich, and it's just a much better experience doing the jam on a website like this instead. So yeah, it's been on the way out for a while. There's like a lot of drama a while ago about like, I don't remember what it all was, but anyways. I also post something about, like on the website. Yeah. Still need to play all these new games eventually. Forum, probably. Are you just mean on the Discord server? Yeah, because that's the one I saw. Oh, yeah, you made this post about... Oh, okay, okay, yeah, this is the one, yeah. Pretty epic. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that on here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, hopefully this will be a good thing for Dana Jam. I mean, obviously it's sad and all for Lundare to leave, but you know, it's time for Down to Jam to take control. Yeah, Prestige Ascension mechanic feels too classic to me. Yeah, get bored of the idea quickly nowadays. So to understand people who choose not to ascend. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't want it to feel so forced. And I've also been working on like a lot of upgrades to kind of make Ascension not as annoying, right? Because I really hate, especially in games where it goes way too far with Ascension. I think one layer of Ascension is okay, because it's good for just a little bit more replayability. But when you're talking like multi-level Ascension, where you're like, you get Ascension points, and then you do a mega Ascension to reset all of those points, I think it gets way too annoying. Whenever games do that, it instantly kills it for me. I'm just like, I don't want to play this anymore. Yeah, hopefully the idea with Ascension is each time you do an Ascension, it becomes like less and less destructive. So it's kind of like, okay, I can get this thing that lets me keep my decorations or my fish someday. Ascension Plus. No. No double Ascensions, only one. But yeah, I think Ascension is fine. I could definitely see how it could be, you know, some people view it as a more dated mechanic, and that's fine. But I don't know. I think it works okay for this game. Maybe one day we change the format or something. Like, it's still very early days, so I wouldn't even be opposed to completely removing Ascension and kind of changing it into a different mechanic. It just depends. One thing, though, that I see a lot that I don't like is when games don't include Ascension, they just arbitrarily make things take longer. And I think that's really boring. So I want to avoid that trap, because I hate it when I'm just like, okay, it's taking me 1 week to get this next upgrade. That's kind of stupid. So in a way, Ascension is kind of a way to avoid that issue. Yeah, it's complicated. There's a lot of pros and cons, I would say, to Ascension as a mechanic. But we'll see. I also started working on an incremental game. Ah, nice, yeah. Pushing it since it's genre adjacent. Made it round based though, so I stay away from Ascensions. Yeah, that's totally fair. What's your game that you're working on? Is it like, do you have a link and stuff yet for it, or is it still pretty early days? Yeah, I joined this Discord server with a bunch of different incremental devs, and it's been pretty neat. Just like reading through all the stuff, all the marketing tips and things they've talked about. You have a playable version, but for those who don't have time, I also have a video preview of it. Ah, okay, epic. Yeah, you're totally welcome to send that in here. I'd love to check it out. I think it's always cool to see what people are working on. I don't know. It's maybe doing a alternative to Ascension, or kind of reformatting Ascension into like a skill point thing. I wouldn't be 100% opposed. But we'll have to see. Let's check it out. Let's go. Project orbit. Nice. Nice. There's so many games that have this massive skill tree thing. Not that I'm saying it's a bad thing, it's just funny. It's a pretty iconic feature of incremental games at this point. I mean, even Learn-In has like skill trees, so yeah. This is pretty neat. I've seen this kind of like a little mini game before. I always see it in mobile ads. Funny enough, but it's cool. Like the snake, like you have to click on the right things to, like, you know, get the other things behind them. I think that's kind of neat. And then kind of gamifying it like this, or like making it more of a complicated thought decision is really cool, because you've got to like choose, I imagine, the order in which you kind of do things. Yeah, looks like you might have like a timer up there. These are all just first impressions. I have no idea if it's true or not. I don't know. Whoa, rotate those guys, pretty crazy. All the juice is pretty epic on this, yeah. Little particles and stuff. It's pretty awesome. Nice. Yeah, this is looking really cool. Yeah, there's only 2 weeks work. Yeah, that's the thing that I love about incremental games. It's just how fast things can move. Because, man, working on Starground, it's like, it takes me like forever to get all the multiplayer stuff working. But with Learn In, it's just like, bam. It's like things are just done in like a week. And it's crazy. I think it's just because of the nature of how like the game works, or how incremental games work. Because normally you just make this tiny little gameplay loop and then just build and build and build. So it's all of the progress that you're making is like very permanent. You're very, at least for me, I don't find myself backtracking very often. So it's been like a very efficient genre to make. That reminds me of the board puzzle game. Interesting, where you... Oh yeah, the parking lot, the cars, yeah. That's essentially the same concept, yeah. But it's just a little more quirky with the squiggly lines, yeah. Yeah, really cool though. Definitely love all the juice. Cool. Yeah, you should definitely put this on Steam, I would say. Incremental is pretty popping off right now. I didn't really make Learn In to capitalize on a genre, but now that it's become so popular, I'm like, well, maybe I should work on Learn In more. Yeah, this is pretty awesome. Yeah, there is that Discord server with all the other incremental devs, so if you're like serious about this project and you're thinking about like doing Steam and stuff, I could totally... I think I'm allowed to invite you to that. There's some pretty big dogs in that server. It's kind of crazy seeing that. I don't want to drop names in case I'm not supposed to, but like there's some big games where I'm like, whoa, that guy's in there. That's crazy. Yeah, because probably I can get it out in 6 months or something. Yeah, that's kind of been the plan for like Learn In. I'm probably gonna drop Learn In like July, so I'd be down to do a bundle if you want. Let me know. Yeah, I've really enjoyed the development cycle of incremental games so far. It's been just kind of really fun. Imagine you felt a lot of the same with this, where it's just like, it's so simple and small in scope, and you get to explore really neat concepts and ways to make stuff incremental. I think it's really cool. I'd honestly love to make another incremental game after Learn In, if I'm being completely real, because there's just so many opportunities and potential ideas that I have for that genre. And not everything has to be like an idle game also. That's... incremental is a more broad category. Yeah, that's definitely neat. Yeah, it'll definitely keep me updated. It's a cool little project. Yeah, I like all the effects and stuff you got going on. It's like a shader in the background. Yeah, and all the particles and juice and stuff is really cool. Yeah, adding time limit or click limit and making the game round. Yeah, round base is a good way out. Yeah. It's definitely a solid option. Yeah, like that's definitely I've seen that. Like, I think that's one of the reasons I went with Ascension for Lured In, because I don't know how I would necessarily like tackle progression in a way that feels right. I don't know, and maybe it's something that'll become easier or something as time goes on. I can remove Ascension, but we'll see. I don't know yet. I am not 100% sure. I think Ascension and Lured In works okay for now, yeah. Yeah, I think a big part of it just comes down to how you handle Ascension. Because I don't like, Ascension's not like the same as research, so the game's completely like, you can play as long as you want without ascending. I think as long as I avoid the main things, I want to avoid, like I was saying, locking things permanently behind Ascension is a bra moment, so I'm avoiding that. Yeah, and the other thing too I see a lot with Ascension trees and stuff is like, you ascend and then you get like a 5% bonus. So what was the point of ascending? All the upgrades I have in the Ascension tree are like big guys, like double research power and double your profits, just like massive boosts. Because otherwise, what's the point? So, yeah, anyways. But yeah, let me know if you want invited into the Discord. I think I'm allowed to invite, but I'll make sure. But yeah, if you're planning on like fully launching the game and stuff, it's a really good place to just to connect with other incremental developers. So let's see, GT, did I make all the pixel art myself? Yes, I did. Yeah, all the art in here. You've got the decorations, all the stuff. All the art is mine. I think I'll ask for an invite after I make the playable version public. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's totally fine. I mean, as far as I know, I'll make sure that it's something I'm allowed to do. But yeah, as long as you've got a real project in development, I don't think anyone would, you know, I don't think I'd get in trouble. I'll make sure though. Crazy looks really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun drawing all the art in this game. It's just been a cool time. Probably could have gotten this game done way faster if I didn't do a bunch of art, because it is a time commitment. But it's fun though. I like all the art. But yeah. What are other things we need to work on? Not really a whole lot. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the algae thing. I don't even remember where that is. Where is this menu? I must find it. I know it's down in this label. Okay, that's the decoration label. It's just called text. So let's search for text. Okay, it's start right there. So text.text. There it is. So return to inventory. Did I get that in the translation? I think so, but I don't remember. Okay, so we're saying generating X stuff. And then what I'm going to do is just say text.text plus equals. And this is, I'm going to check if we have the algae stuff. So far, algae molt is whatever it is. Selected object off fish data. And then I have to get the algae multiplier. Right there. Don't get. We'll keep it 1 by default. So if algae multiplier is not equal to 1, then we're going to add it there. It would actually be neat if we had the ability for the opposite, for fish that increase the amount of algae buildup in your tank, you know? So I'm not going to set that as a hard limit. We're going to maybe let people do the opposite and do more than one. Okay, and all this we're doing font size. Yeah, I already have that set there, so we should be okay. But then now I'm going to say algae x, 0.5 or whatever. Then now I just pass in global dot format number, algae molt. And there we go. So I think this will work. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that actually works. Imagine adding something that freaking works, guys. And then let's just go color it green. So I'm just gonna say color. And I don't remember what green I used, but I'm pretty sure it was like a darker green. I think it was like this green. Maybe. I don't remember. Let's see. Whoa, that feels too dark. I don't think it was that dark. It's got to be this green. Right? Unless it's that green. There's no way it's that green, guys. Got to be this guy. So that green, and then boom, there we go. Pretty cool, I guess. Alright, so that should help a little bit. Text to the fish panel. Okay. All right, what is next here? Capacity. I just want to focus on like first impressions kind of stuff, right? Because that's like the big thing that this playtest is going to be. So what else is really important for that first impression, I wonder? I would like to do that stuff, but I do worry that I might accidentally implement something that's broken, so I gotta be careful about that. I'll say I think the aquarium is too zoomed out at the start. That's fair. I can zoom it in a little bit. That's a really easy change. I felt that a little bit, because I think it's fine to be able to zoom out that far, but I want to make sure people can like see everything when they first go in, so. So right now the default zoom, I believe, is set to 3 or something like that. Should be in here. Oh, it's inside the camera code. Zoom target. I don't know why that's set to 1. Is it really 1? Okay, well, we're gonna increase it to 2 then. Let's see what that looks like. Might do like 1.5 in between, we'll see. So this is at 2. I think this is more zoomed in. So this is probably what 1 is like. Yeah, I mean, this is probably good. Most likely. I could also make it so it saves what your zoom level's at. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I think that should be fine. I don't know, unless you guys... I don't know what you guys think about that feature. Because I'm pretty sure this is at 1. Let's go ahead and see what it looks like in the normal game. just to see. Huh? What is up with that? While offline, you earned 123218931. Hold up. It might just be because I opened two versions of the game at the same time. That's probably what happened. But let me make sure that this isn't weird. So it should say, welcome back. It didn't say if I hit my offline time limit or not, which is really weird. It just said, while offline. What version of the game is this? Oh, that's the default text in there. Which is really weird. I don't know why it became visible then. I was wondering where that's coming from. Like, there's how. So how did it become visible with default text? That's not supposed to happen. And it could be because this is already empty. But if that's empty, then it doesn't make any sense. I do think it's because I had two games open at the same time. But let's go ahead and just open it with the other one closed. I want to see what happens. Can you move it a bit to the right since the right side is shorter? Do you mean the right or the left? Okay, why is it doing that now? Maybe this is just a broken version of the game. That doesn't seem right. Why is it doing that? Did I break it or something? Does it have something to do with the files that it's accessing or something? I need to make sure on this because I really don't want to break the game. Now, it should be accessing the same files. It should just grab game data. I really don't know what's going on. While offline, you earned that. Okay. It might have just saved a offline dictionary that was empty for some reason. So maybe if I just like quit out and go back in. Nope. I do not know why it's saying that. We must figure this out. I sent you a screenshot in Discord? Okay, epic. Let me take a gander. Okay, yeah, so just more centered in the... That's... I presumed that's what you meant, yeah. Yeah, I should be able to just physically move the camera, I think. I can just keep it right centered around this little gray area. Because I think that's about the center of the shot. Maybe just a little bit above the center. So let's do that. So minus 16, let's do minus 32. Minus 24, there we go, right in the middle. And then now we're just gonna go like 64, 48 down. Nah, 32 down. We'll try right there, see what that looks like. I still have no idea why it's showing that value here on the playtest. I don't know what's going on with that. It's a little weird. I'm hoping that that's not real, but I really don't know. Okay, we gotta go down just ever so slightly with the camera. Oh yeah, I can just do this, I forgot. So that's where it will stay centered. I might go a little bit more to the left. So like minus 32. Or even minus 48. So that's where you would enter now in the aquarium. I think that's a pretty good spot right there. So I'll leave it there. Let's go mark these down. Change the default position of the aquarium when returning. Increased the default camera zoom level. Okay. I am still quite confused on why this is like... I don't even... Is that even the thing anymore? What is? What would cause that? To not actually show the real offline time and just show the placeholder text. There's got to be a reason for this. It's quite worrisome because I really don't want people to run into that. I might go ahead and put this version on the playtest build and open it again just to see if it's just that version of the game, maybe. Because I don't want that to be broken. That would suck. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let me just look through this code. So if we have less than that and it's not empty, we say no offline income generated. And then here we say if it is not empty, we settle the stuff in here. We calculate the money. Then right here we clear it. Now, I'm not returning anywhere in here, so like if any of this gets ran, it should definitely work. Right? Mobile offline info. So it's going to be equal to all of that stuff. Let's go ahead and yeah, do a build here real quick, probably. Still my stupid gifts that I use for so steam pipe lured in. I'm just gonna duplicate this and call it steam pipe lured in playtest. Because we'll have to change the settings a little bit. Hopefully there's nothing private on here. Yeah, we're fine. I can just copy stuff from here. Okay. Oh, it doesn't let me do that. Is that the whole thing? Hold on, guys. You're not allowed to see what I'm doing. Okay, and then let me go get the ID for the playtest. I'm probably going to be doing this pretty frequently, so it's good to just get this set up now. Basically, this is just a little tool that lets me really quickly create a build. It's really not that hard to set up, so let's go get the content builder path. So that's on my desktop, Godot, SDK, tools, content builder. And we'll set live on experimental. Actually, I don't think there is an experimental branch on the playtest, so yeah, it's not really going to have one just because it's, I mean, maybe one day I will, but right now it doesn't. There's probably like that version. Let's add our depots, and those are probably our depots, but let me make sure. 721, 722. First one is for Windows. So I have to go into the folder here. Lured in. Right there. Builds, Windows. Just copy it and do a Linux instead. All right, so I think we're all good here. So I should be able to just really easily upload a build now. All right, so let's try it out, shall we? I'm gonna go ahead and increment the version. I just want to make sure this actually updates properly. And I want to make sure this offline time limit thing is working, because that's kind of really important. Okay, so there's nothing in there now. I think the game's at a pretty stable state right now. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and export. Export all. It could be like a weird... It's probably just like a weird save data thing or something, or I changed the format of something. I don't really know 100%. We're about to find out. But I really hope this does work. Let's see. Okay. Looks like we exported successfully, I think. So now I'm gonna hit upload. Boom. And we'll see if it works. So it's gonna update stuff. Looks like I put in the password right. And there it goes. So I did put the new version in, right? Yeah. All right, so now if we go over here to the playtest panel, it'll show the version in here. I'll set it for default. Build change. And we can go to the publish tab, and then if I open up the playtest version, we should be on the newest thing. I really hope this isn't a bug I'm gonna have to figure out right now. Hopefully it's just a random quirk. Because I don't know, but this is why this is why we test, because I have to make sure it works before. Let's see what happens. All right, it's updated. Come on. Don't fail me, please, for the love of God. Well, that looks good to me, so I think we're okay. I think it was just a weird version mismatch thing, so I'm not worried about it anymore. All right, thank God. Anyways, I think everything in here looks normal. Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because that would suck. Now we're good. All right, any other things that you guys think we could maybe get done in time? I don't know. Just thinking. Yeah, what else? Because I don't want to like dive into something really big and complicated right now, because it's like not the time for that. Right? Really the goal right now is to like quality of life and optimize. There are plenty of things I want to do soon, like I have more than enough of those, but yeah, I did that. Did add more saltwater fish. I do need to update the store page. That's a big thing that we gotta get done. I'll probably do that tonight before the playtest starts. Translation, I will do that eventually. Like when you go into the translation menu, I want there to be a little blurb at the bottom or something that's like, if you want to help translate, join the Discord, you know. I still don't know 100% how I'm gonna fix this bug. I gotta figure that one out. Story. That is something I need to do. Cause yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing that today. I guess I'm just a smidge worried that I might not be able to do it in time, but it would be really cool. To have your grandpa and stuff talk to you. And I think it would really help sell the like atmosphere of the game, especially for just people that are jumping into it for the first time with the playtest. We can see if we can get it going. So I think the first thing we need to do is get the grandpa drip. Grandpa's gonna need a, you know, an outfit. So let's make some like balding hair. It's probably just gonna be your average old guy. I don't know if there's any cool stuff I want to give Grandpa. Still a Stardew Grandpa? The Stardew Grandpa looks like a wizard, doesn't he? He's got like a, yeah. He's just like sleeping in his bed. That's the only time you see him. So he's dead, right? In Stardew Valley? Yeah. What are all these images, bro? Grandpa. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I mean, there's a shrine, so... Spoilers for Stardew Valley right now, guys. I mean, he looks like a ghost, so... Do you guys think in the next game, Chocolatier, are you going to be able to see the ghost of Grandpa? That'd be pretty epic. They better do that. Alright. Let's do this. Oops. I love 50% opacity. Oops, that's supposed to be white. Actually, it doesn't technically matter, but... We'll see what this hair looks like. I'm gonna stop calling them hair 1 and 2, hair balding. And we're gonna go create our prototype Grandpa. So just temporarily inside of the customers, I'm going to set specific pieces on here. So it's going to be balding. And I want all these pieces I make for Grandpa to be exclusive to him. Because I don't want just random people walking around that look like Grandpa. So that's what that looks like. It's not terrible. I think I'll move it on the side here a little bit and then like brighten it up. Kind of like that. See what that looks like. I think that'll work for Grandpa. I don't like how Grandpa's all spry. Yeah, I'll make Grandpa walk. Maybe I'll force his animation to be really slow. I think there's a way I can do that. I can say pants.animations, or it's like a speed scale. It's like half speed. And I think those are the only two that are animated as far as I know. So if I load back in now. So now he walks a bit slower. I would like to give him like a cane or something. That'd be pretty epic. Also, I'm going to go ahead and multiply the speed of customers by their animation speed. So I think it's down in here. somewhere. Wherever I do the select target. I create a tween right here. So I'm going to say time divided by speed. And I'll multiply speed times dot speed scale. So that should like physically slow him down now. Go try it out. This is probably kind of what Grandpa's going to look like. He's definitely going to have a button-up shirt. I could maybe give him a cane. I could like do a special arm animation so he has his arm out and he's like holding something. That would probably be okay. Because, you know, it's Grandpa. He's got to have a cane, right? It's pretty messed up if you can kill a Grandpa. I didn't think about that. But maybe it's kind of funny. You can pick him up and then he goes ooh when you throw him into the void. Are we gonna let people do that? Why not? Okay, I gotta record my grandpa death sound. Here we go. That'll work. Do you need to walk around? I think the idea is that your first customer is gonna be your grandpa. Because I start the player off with one customer. And I think I just like the flow of like, Grandpa walks in, tells you stuff, and he's just like there now, walks around like he's your customer. Because if we're gonna spend all this time working on Grandpa, it seems like a shame to just make him appear like for like 10 seconds and then never again. And then maybe also like if he's just chilling around in the shop, we could, you know, he's like still there to leave more tips and tricks for people. That's $10 in tips right now then. Yeah, it'd be funny if you could like he gives you little tips, you know. Or he pulls out a coin behind his ear. The classic Grandpa move. Alright. It's stupid sound, but get out of cut mode. Okay. I'm not angry, guys. Why would I be angry? Okay. We're gonna export this audio. Grandpa death. Go back into here, put it in the sounds folder. I have to do that, and then I have to do it again in there for some reason. Okay. Now we got Grandpa Death. We already have Scream. Where do I actually do that? I think it's in the, I have like customer particles. What do I call that? Customer dissolve. I'm just gonna duplicate this and say Grandpa. All right. So then I'm going to pass in another variable in here, which is just whether he's Grandpa or not. And I have like special guys in the game, you know, that are unique customers. So I might not just say one bool for Grandpa. I'm just going to save our character type. Right. And I think I'm just going to say it's global.characters. Not an enum. We'll do an ID. So I'll say character ID, right? And then that way I can have like special overridden things. All right. With a grandma? We don't have grandma in the game. I don't know. Grandma's probably at home. I don't know where grandma is. Maybe Grandma will make an appearance one day. Who knows? And I'm just gonna call this, yeah, I'm baking cookies. These guys are very stereotypical grandparents, but it's okay. Then I'm just gonna say li.character.grandpa. And then this is where I can override some specific things, right? Like I can override what the hair ID is and the pants and all that stuff and all the colors. I think this will be a good way to do it. So this is going to be li hair balding. Let's add that in here. I guess that means players also get to go balding. I have receding and then balding. It's kind of two different vibes. Receding is like you still have the hair, but like it's just back. The balding is like you're cooked. It's already too late. Okay, and then he's just gonna have pants 1, shirt 1. He's gonna have long sleeves. And then we can figure out all the colors and stuff on him. Oh yeah, also shirt should be a shirt button up, I think is what it is. Yeah. Pants, balding. Then I can also even have something like this, like move speed, right? He'll walk at half speed. Okay. And then what color shirt should he wear? Probably just like a dark blue. He's definitely going to be wearing jeans, because that's just like a classic grandpa vibe. He's gonna have his brown shoes on. Yeah, we'll do like maybe like a red shirt. Pretty classic grandpa. Sleeve color, red. Hair color is gonna be white. And he's not going to be so pale. I might make Grandpa a little more tanned. Guys, I might just be making my own Grandpa right now. It's okay. Alright. So now I can go back in a customer. And we can figure it out. So I'm just going to have a thing where, like, so I know if Grandpa exists or not. Have his veteran cap on? Yeah, that'd be epic. Okay, so this is where I'm doing it all. I'm gonna get rid of that now. And also get rid of these. So, we're gonna do... If... I have to know if he's a character, right? So, if our ID is not empty... So we'll have our character ID, type string. Then we know that we're a character. So otherwise, if it's not that, then we pick all the random stuff. Like that. Yeah, so that'll work. So then I'm going to save our character data. It's global.characters.get. So speed scale is going to be character data dot move speed. And then same with this. All right, now we just go down the list. So hair sprite is character data dot. Oh, and I have to do like it's gonna be a little quirky, but it's fine because it's like all IDs and stuff. I don't have to do that with the colors, so. Just gonna paste all this stuff in. Hair color. Shirt color is shirt color. Pants color. Oops. Dance color. Guys, can you guess what's next? Surely not character data dot shoe color. Sleeves color. Okay, so that's, oh, and then skin color. So that's all the colors. And then now what we need to do is just get these different IDs and stuff here. So I'm gonna say, yeah, hair sprite is equal to global dot hair types dot get that dot hair ID and dot sprite. And we're just gonna do that a bunch for the other things, so I don't need to worry about move speed. So now we want pants type. Oh, interesting. Shirt type. Then do sleeves IDs. Okay. So maybe not as bad as I thought. Sleeves ID. So hair sprite is the one that, yeah, is like images. We got ads in a minute. I'll probably change that system to use IDs instead eventually, because it just makes more sense. But yeah, we'll do that later. Shirt type. So these are, it's going to be like one of these prefixes or whatever. All right, so I'm going to get the end of it. There's actually an easy way to do this. So I just say that dot pants ID dot get ext or whatever, I think is what it is. And I'll do that the same thing here. All right, so I think that should be everything. And then what I'm gonna do just to test this is I'm gonna say li.character.grandpa. And let's see if he spawns in as grandpa. Everybody should be grandpa, so we'll see. Then I can add in some custom stuff for other things. Okay, so get ext is not the function I'm thinking of. It might just be get extension. Yeah. Let's try that again. Okay, so his hair is not white for some reason. I might have set that up wrong. Also, it seems like his body's not animating. I don't know why. We'll figure that out. So hair color, character data dot hair color. And if we go into here, hair color is white. So it must still be setting. Oh, that's what's happening here. I didn't put all the stuff in here. There we go. So now it should be okay. I was wondering what was going on here. I don't know why his body's not animating. It's a little weird. Did I mess it up? Shirt.speed scale and pants.speed scale. This is really weird. I don't know why it's just like not animating. Grandpa, what's going on? Where did Grandpa just go? Oh, he just walked back. Yeah, his body's not animating. I don't know what's happening. And his arms aren't animating. What is going on with Grandpa right now? It's like being set to nothing or something. I don't know. Let me undo setting the speed scales and just see what happens. What happened? He just can't move anymore. His arms and stuff. Did his signal somehow get disconnected? This always happens. I thought I just do this in ready. Now, yeah, I do. Oh, it's probably because I'm not getting, okay. I'm passing in the wrong ID for button up, aren't I? Which is probably shirt button up, and I did. Like, something bad. Ah, it's button up. Okay. Whoops. That's the problem. Wasn't anything to do in here. Oops, don't undo anything in there. Okay, let's try this again. Now it should be fine. Oh, right, I have to restart the game because I changed a dictionary. It's still not finding it for some reason. Button up. Idle and walk. Did I mess something else up? I might have. I mean, here for shirt ID and stuff, shirt type. Oh, am I setting it to the ID? Button up. What? Button up? So it's not shirt button up. This is button up. Oh, that's what's happening. Oh, I'm a fool, guys. Constant biffs. Finally, Grandpa's not broken. All right. And then I think, oh, I haven't implemented that yet, but let's go ahead and do that with when you send them to the void. So if I go down to, whenever I do that, right here, dissolve, I'm going to say particles.character ID is equal to character ID. And then we can go into here. And then I'm just going to say, if character ID is equal to character.grandpa, go ahead and play Grandpa's death sound. Now it should work. Yes, you can murder your grandpa if you want. Maybe don't do that. I don't know why sometimes it like randomly, like if I put him here, he should be fine, but he disappears for some reason. I still don't know exactly what's causing that bug. As far as I know, it's like the collision map in here is normal. The way that I'm checking it, let's go look at that, because maybe like I messed up something. So in Polygon, and we're getting aquarium, region, navigation polygon. Okay. I'm just checking if our point is inside of that polygon. So that should be totally normal. I was like a Street Fighter 2 KO, yeah. So I'm gonna look inside the aquarium because I mean I'm pretty sure this is the navigation polygon. So region, navigation region 2D, and there's only one navigation region in here, which is this guy. And it's getting the vertices, so it's getting this map. I don't know why it's failing. Maybe it's because the shape of this has changed or something. I don't think that's what happened. But it does have like a hole in the middle. So maybe that's presenting a problem. I wish I could like see the polygon, you know? But I don't know. So if it's not in the point, get vertices. So it's a packed vector 2 array. Maybe I need to do like one of these, parse source geometry data or something. Get polygon count. Set vertices. It might be because there's a hole in the middle, but I just don't know. It might be thinking like, I'm not supposed to be able to go in there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Because I can do it around here, but then just randomly right there, it's just like, no, that's not allowed. But then sometimes it's fine. There's like a line right here that's just, it's just invalid, and I don't know why. It's really weird. So obviously this check that I'm doing here is not working. I don't know why. It could be like the positions being updated weird or something. I could check for where that happens. It's just one we call on release. And it's just whenever we set grab back to false. There's not anything super weird there. So I don't think it's that. What other geometry 2D things are there here? I mean, it should be fine. I don't know. Okay, what else can I do? So it's passing in a polygon thing here. We have this navigation polygon resource. And it doesn't have like the default, like I can call get outline. I don't know what that does. I didn't create any manually though. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I can do that, but I know that it's like a proper shape, because otherwise what would be happening is they would be not navigating correctly, right? So, but let's just see for fun what happens. It should be fine though. Oops. So this is the shape, right? It looks exactly how I want it to. So like placing the guy anywhere in here should be fine. But then I place him over here and it dies, right? There's something not correct happening. Something's wrong. You can see if I like move him around in here, this is where see right there randomly. It's just like, okay. And it's weird because I can like move him in. I can move him here. Is it offset horizontally? Is my navigation... Maybe, okay, I might have an idea for what's going on here. So my theory is that my navigation region, at some point I accidentally moved it. Nope. Theory is incorrect. All right, so what's next here? Because I thought what it might have been is that I just like positioned the navigation region, but that's not what happened here. So it's probably, it must have something to do with like a position offset. Because see, I can move him into here, and then I bet if I put him right here, because of this gap, it's like shifted here. But that's not the case. Well, that just makes it even more complicated. I thought I was onto something. So, unless it's just shifted there, that's... But then here would be... So how come I can put them here? It's saying this is somehow inside the polygon. Okay, clearly, I think what's going on here, it might just be a limitation of how this function works. Which is that it uses... I probably need to check a different way, like if I can path find to a new position instead of this. So I'm gonna try and do this. We have our, whatever it's called, our agent. What was the variable I assigned? I might actually not have done it yet. Okay, let's go into the customer scene. All right, so back down to here. We are gonna grab our navigation agent. And this has a couple different functions in here. One of these things in here is, let's see, is target reachable? So I think what we can do is go ahead and just say target position is equal to our global position. And then we can run it up again and say if .target reachable, right? Then I know that I'm in an invalid position. I don't know if that's going to work. It'd be pretty interesting to see if it does. Let's see what happens. So it's just temporarily setting our target position to our current position. And then if we can't navigate to the position we're already at, then it means that we're not inside of the navigation region. Theoretically. Oh, well, there he is. I was like, where did Grandpa go? Right? So that's all good. And then what happens if we go here? He dies there. So I think this is better. He's not just randomly dying over here anymore, which is good. But then the minute he like goes too far outside of the boundary there, that's when it breaks. So I think that is good. And there is like a little bit of radius because I'm pretty sure that navigation agents have like a slight tolerance for how far outside of the region they can be. There's I think it's this desired, let's see, that's desired distance before target is reached. Yeah, distance threshold before path point is considered to be reached. So that's the reason, because it's saying that when we're 20 pixels outside of the area, it technically counts as being reached already, I think. So since this is a tween, we can really lower these values because it's very precise. And now he should have a much smaller like tolerance to be putting outside of the region. So I think that's looking pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and get some tanks and just see what that looks like. Like he can stand a little bit below it, but okay, he is freaking out there though. I might just set this stuff to like 0 then. And that might fix it. I can still move him out a bit though. Maybe that's not the only thing here. Maximum. There's a lot of properties in here. Calculates the ideal path. Let's just set that to 10 maybe. It still kind of lets you go outside of the area, so I don't think that's the real problem here. Seems like it's about the same. So what else can we do here? Simplify path. I can ignore that. There must be a tolerance on how far away. Right, is target reachable? Turns true if get final position is within target desired distance of the target position. Okay. I might actually have to set these down and then restart the game because I don't know if it actually updates live. It might be like a on the ready event kind of thing. So let's see if this works. And now this might work. Yeah, actually, I think that fixes it. Because now the second he goes like 1 pixel outside on his origin point, you can see, boom, he's gone. So yeah, that actually works really well. I'll set it to like 1 pixel just in case there's some minor precision errors on the navigation. But yeah, this should be a much better way to do this now, I think. And then it'll instantly update the position that he's going to, I think. Here, let's get rid of this line now, because I think that polygon geometry thing works well if it's not a concave or convex polygon, because the problem is there's like islands and stuff, and I don't think the geometry class knows how to handle those kinds of shapes. So I think it was like trying to close this shape, or it thought like this was part of the outside of the shape, and that's probably why it kept breaking it. Yeah, I mean, we have the navigation agent anyway, so this just seems like a better way to do this. So now we just go pop, and he's gone. Yeah, this is much better. It should just make it a little more obvious what's going on here. Okay. Let's go write that down. It was one of those things I really wanted to fix. I just wasn't 100% sure what was happening, but now we got it. Dropping down customers would cause inaccurate oof events. IPs. Yeah. I think we're good now. Okay, so next thing for Grandpa, we still have to do all his dialogue and everything, so that's going to be a whole thing. But I want him to walk in. I'm probably going to just like control his pathfinding behavior, so instead of just randomly choosing a position to walk to, I'll force him to start at the entrance and then step here. And then as soon as he does, it'll like forcibly open up a menu to talk to him. I'll make it pretty quick, so it's not like you have to wait like 20 seconds. I might even just start him here and have him kind of walk up a little bit. We'll see. Let's go ahead and turn off our visible navigation now. And the next thing that I want to give him is a cane. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. This should be pretty easy. I'm just going to attach it to his right arm. Get this a sprite. Let's go draw a cane. I don't know how tall it needs to be. We'll open up a character reference here. This guy right here, why not? And how tall? Around that height, I think. So we'll try that out. Basically 16 pixels, half the player height, which makes sense. So let's go up to 16, and I'll actually do 18. And then let's go quite a bit wider in the width. Or 50% opacity. I can't take this anymore. Cane. I might actually do 1 pixel wide, because otherwise it might look a little weird. Let me look at an image of the cane. Just make sure I remember. Okay. I think it's got to be kind of curved. Well, if it's curved, then it'll look weird because it'll be... I better not do that. We could do the classic, like, whatever you call that type. Candy cane. I guess that's why they call them candy canes, because they look like canes. Sure, we'll do that. Okay. Let's do a little bit of lighting and stuff here. This will be good enough. 50% opacity. Let's fix a couple things. One thing I want to do too is this. Nope, do the other color. Alright guys, we got a freaking cane. And I'm probably going to expand the size of the image so that if we do flip it, it doesn't like break it. We need to do 4 more on the right. There we go. We'll call this Grandpa Cane. There we are. Okay. I'll rename this to Cane. And then now we need to figure out the offset and stuff like that. So centered around the hand. I want him to be grabbing this cane and like around this point, I think. Then now we can position it. Something like that point. And we're gonna make it so his arm is always like angled up when he's holding it, because obviously it's a little weird if it's like that. And we're gonna say show behind parent, like that. Okay, now what we're gonna do in here is whenever I move his arms, we can do kind of a custom arm animation. I guess that's gonna be up inside a the character class. So I'm actually gonna move this character ID up into that class, because it makes sense to have it in there. There's non-customer characters that could be a character. Okay. Ugh. So now let's go down to where we animate the arms. I guess I'll get a cane. Okay. And then right here is where I'm swinging the arms. It's gonna be a little annoying to have to modify all of these, but it's fine. I might just apply, like, just after the fact of all this stuff, actually. So I might just say dot rotation plus equals 0.5 or something. And then I'll say if cane. And I always want to set the rotation of the cane to be equal to the negative rotation of the hand. I think. The negative global rotation, so that it's always going to be facing down, no matter like what the arm rotation is. We'll see if this works. I might have to do might have to like offset it by pi over 2. So it seems like it's not rotating the cane for whatever reason. Let's get that one figured out. If cane, it should have a cane. Oh, it's probably because this happens on ready. We we have to do this. I have to actually await a frame in here. And then we set Cain to that, because what's going to happen here is the, let's see, await. The child won't be properly set up in time. So you can't just get stuff on ready like that. I think. Let's see what happens. Okay, still not working. I'm curious to see if it even has a reference to Cain. Let's see. Well, don't do it in there. I mean, hopefully it does, but I don't know yet. No, it's null. And I realize it's because I'm just stupid. That's all. It's because I just said Cain. Like, I didn't even do... I probably don't even do any of that. So it should be this path instead. All right, let's try that again. There we go. So you can see that it is... His arm is rotated the opposite way of what it should be. Also there, you can see it rotates. The cane now is facing upwards. So why does it do that? We'll figure it out. Let's go back in here. So instead of setting this to... Also, I want to do arm R lower. That's really the real one. And that's bending his arm backwards. Which is funny. So I want to do minus equals 0.5. Now his hand points forward. So we're almost there. Just seems that the cane... and what's going on here, I think, is because I'm not setting the global rotation on the cane. Is my guess. There we go. So now his arm goes forward. That actually works. It's actually fine. Hold on, guys. I do need to flip the cane depending on the direction he's in. So I'll do that. It's a little funny how the cane moves around so much. There, for some reason, it goes like wacky. I'm not 100% sure why. Might be because it's setting that rotation after the fact or something. Let's go look. So if I'll have grabbed... I'm not 100% sure on that. But when he's... It doesn't really matter. When he's walking around normal, it's fine. I can see that it's not perfect. Like, it's offset just a little. I gotta figure out why. Oh, because I'm doing arm R rotation. I need to do the arm R lower rotation. And I thought that would have done it, but apparently not. So I want to do... Let's figure this out. So if I'm rotated 0.1 forwards, then I want to rotate the cane that much backwards. I mean, I think. Unless it's because this starts with rotation or something. No. It's probably wacky when I pick him up. It's more stable though, interestingly. So why is it not flat on the ground? Goes up. Maybe I'm calculating this wrong. I mean, if I do that, it's just equal to the exact same rotation. Yeah, so I don't want to do necessarily negative rotation. I just want to counteract the current rotation that we have. So let's keep messing around here. Because if we have, like, let's say our rotation is 0.5. I'm going to set that global rotation back to 0. I mean, it should just be the negative rotation. Wait, I might be incredibly stupid. I think I can just set the global rotation to just be 0 always. And I think that's always facing up. I don't know why it's, oh. It flips it vertically when you swap. When you go to the other side, which is kind of funny. So I gotta figure out why that happens. But otherwise, I think this would work. Why would that swap it, though? I'll just do this. Because it's clearly pi that's being offset. Times scale.x. Or times shirt.scale.x. So there it's... Now it's flipped the other way. Okay, let's do this. So if shirt.scale.x is less than 0, then I say cane.global rotation plus equals, or it's just equal to pi. So now when he flips the other way, it is rotated the proper direction. Epic. So literally the only other thing I think is I just don't want his arm to move up and down when he's in his idle pose. It's fine how the cane moves when he's walking around. Yeah, that's actually, like, good. Okay. Yeah, the final bit is just down in here with the arm offset. I just want to check if we're in our idle phase here. So arm offset seems to be... Yeah, this is controlled by there. I'm just going to do something down here. I might actually separate these arm offsets into 2 different values now, just to make it easier. All right. And then we're just going to duplicate these guys. I'm going to just name them L and R. Okay, L and R. We got the L and R. There we go. And then down here, this is for the arm offset R, offset L. So now I can modify those individually, and we're just going to say, right, if, I'm just going to say right here, yeah, sure, if cane is fine. And then for our right hand, I'll only do it if we don't have a cane. Like that. So now when he's in his idle pose, he should not be moving his cane. You can see it just stays stationary. And I gotta fix that. The cane rotation doesn't get updated until... I think I know what to do about that. I thought it did update frame. Do I do return anywhere in here? No. Interesting. So how do I call update frame in here? I think I just have to call that inside of whenever I release the customer down in here. Although it's weird because whenever I drop a customer, I say set our animation back to idle. But it might be something to do with these other variables. So I'm going to actually set the animation last. Because doing that, it should say it's going to play a new animation on all of these. The shirt, the pants. And on our character, I should have a signal here for... Okay, I don't actually... Oh, but I have animation change, so you'd think I could say shirt dot... Yeah, it should work. Let's just try changing the order, see if that fixes it. No, it still doesn't. It's like there's just a frame where he's like still stuck in the old posing of his grabbing. It was really weird. See, if I just like pick him up for a second, he doesn't actually update his frame. Let's go print down in here and see if he is actually doing it. He's updating like 5 times when I drop him. So he is updating. Trying to figure out what's up. Maybe the animation type is weird or something like that. Let's print that out. Should only be 0, 1, or 2. You can see there he's stuck in 1 for a minute. And then he goes into... trying to figure out what's going on here. Now 1 I believe is idle. Yeah, 1 is idle. I'm quite confused on why his cane gets rotated weird on this one. A little weird. It's not a major problem. I mean, it's I can just ignore it for now, but it's just like it's strange though. Okay, and I still have a reference to all that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just offset, and it's not even like that. I mean, sometimes I guess it's sort of... Oh, I think I might know what's happening. Here I'm setting his, like, global rotation. So I think in here... That's why it seems so random. I just need to set his rotation back to 0. There we go. So I think what was happening is technically his total rotation was a little weird. So it made his cane offset bad. Now it's normal. Okay, so Grandpa visually is done for now. I'm gonna go ahead and now we can get started on his, like, sequence. Hopefully we can get that done in time. Probably. Probably be able to. Yeah, we'll have time. So essentially it's just going to be taking the little tutorial pop-up on the top right and changing it so that he says it instead. We already have UI set up for that kind of thing, like the chef, for example. We can literally just take that UI and just place it down. I think so. Should be pretty easy to do. Just give me 1 second here, guys. Okay. Yes. All right. So let's make it so initially I might keep him on like a track, or I guess we could just manually override his navigation target and just pause his navigation until he arrives at where he needs to be. Because normally what it's going to do right here is set another navigation target, right? So I'm going to have another variable auto target. By default is true. But if he's grandpa and tutorial is active, I'm going to tell him not to automatically retarget once he's done navigating. He's right, if initial move, well, this stuff down here, so now I'm going to check if global.tutorial active and character ID is equal to li.character.grandpa. And auto target is false. Now what I can do down here is say, we'll still do all that stuff, but if auto target, then do the timer. I'm also going to set this up so I can pass in an override position. Doesn't let me set it to null. I'll just do this. Instead of doing a random point right here, I'm going to say if not equal to null, do that, otherwise set it to that. And now that means I can just manually call select target and do all the stuff. Let's do that. And we'll just say select target vector 2, like 24 pixels down or something. We'll figure out where we want that to be. All right, so next thing is I want to set his position. I'm just going to choose in here when I create customers or whatever. When I spawn all these guys in, I'm going to choose where he gets created. So right here in add customer, this is where I do his position. And I'm going to have a reference to grandpa. So var type customer. And I'll say if is instance valid, you know, if grandpa is not valid anymore, then this new one will be grandpa. So that means the first customer in here should always be grandpa. Then we say grandpa equal to customer. Okay. Now, last thing that we check here. So if the tutorial is active and grandpa is our customer, then I want to set his position to the start position. All right, so this should work. Let's see what happens. Actually, before we do this, though, I'm going to go get rid of that default character ID in here now, just to make sure that the other guys work normal. Boom. Okay. Okay, so grandpa's in here, he's the first customer, and then if we add in more customers, you'll see that, oh, they're all grandpa. Oh, they just have the cane visible. So instead of doing this now, I'm actually going to change how this works. We can do that, get the cane reference. But then I'm going to do one more check, which is if character ID is not equal to grandpa, then say cane is equal to null. Like that. That should work. So now he should be the only one with a cane. Oh yeah, we also have to make sure that the cane goes away. Don't make it invisible. Let's try that again. We get to potentially like change that sprites that people can just hold things in their hand, you know? Which I think would be cool. Maybe somebody walks in with like a bag or something, you know? It'd be kind of cool. What is this? Type null instance. Apparently cane was not found. Which is interesting. Let's say if cane. Do that. Might have just been not found on the player. That's probably what it is. There we go. Yeah, so now we got normal people in here without a cane. So I can go ahead and get more advertising. So if I get rid of a random person, there's still a valid reference to grandpa, so this should just spawn in a random guy. But now if I go ahead and kill grandpa, that's gonna spawn in... Okay, it should have spawned in another grandpa, which it didn't. It does spawn him in next, though, after you kill another person. So I think what it is that it calls that signal before the customer actually dies when you kill them. Because down in here, right here, right, it says queue free. And then it calls add customer there. So what I'm going to do is say if is equal to character.grandpa. I'm just going to go ahead and set that variable to false. Just set it to null before we call that signal. And that should work. Let's try that out. We could change the timing of when that function gets called, like instead of doing it right there, we could just do it on queue free. So grandpa's right here. If I get rid of him, you can see he just comes right back. So he's like a persistent character. All these other guys are completely random, so they always come back as a different person. But grandpa is the one that will always be consistent. So he's always going to be in your shop somewhere. And I just like the idea of that, like seeing special characters walking around. Like maybe even later on or something, there's like other characters that come to you with quests, maybe. And then after you do what they want, they just like are your customer now. So I think that's going to be the play. I just think it's cool to kind of build up like a little cast of special characters. It's almost like a little like collectible, you know, just seeing all these guys that you've talked to before. It's like, hey, I remember that guy. And the custom noise. All right. So now let's make him do his whole thing. So if we go ahead and say tutorial, I think that's all I need to do to play the tutorial. So now when I come in here, he's going to be on a specific path to this like target right here. So you'll see when he stops walking, eventually he will. I set the position too low. But he stops right there. Do like aquarium inspector and critic. Yeah, I think it'd be really fun to have like different guys walk in. Okay, I'm just gonna set his position to go to 0 actually, because that's a better spot. Yeah, I just want to have the ability to do that if we want. which is the reason I set up this whole character ID dictionary. Because then also, like, we can mod in, people can mod in their own characters if they want. Modding support is something I'd like to explore eventually. Probably, like, later on, not right now, obviously, for the playtest, but, like, as we get into, like, demo, and especially full launch territory, I think mod support would be really cool. Because this game is really easy to mod, even easier than Starground. Because, like, to add a fish in the game, for example, there is, like, zero coding involved. Literally, all you have to do is just go to the table and just do this stuff. And then now a fish is in the game. You can add them to the tank. They have values, algae multipliers. All the stuff is just set up right here. So it's extremely easy to create new content. So yeah, I think this will be a fun game to mod. I might even set up some more specialized, like, in-game tools for modding. Like with Starground, you have to download the game and stuff, or decompile it and edit. I'll probably make the source code for this game public so that anybody can just, you know, read the source code whenever they want and they don't have to decompile. And then also, I'll probably do... I'm thinking about like a little panel or option in the main menu that opens up like a modding menu. So it'll just kind of automate the process for you of creating a mod, just adding in fish. You can just like, there's like a menu and you just click the plus button and you fill out the info and now it's just like an item. And then you just hit the export button and it creates a zip on your desktop or something like that. I'd love there to be a way to create mods without any decompiling required. Because that would be kind of epic, I think. And there's potential for it here. Like with Starground, it's really hard because like buildings have processes and things that happen, right? Where it's you've got to like calculate, okay, what is this building actually doing? But with a fish, it's just mainly a sprite and some stats assigned to it. So like adding something like that is nothing. So yeah, eventually we'll work on all that. So back to this, my G-paw. Let's go down to here. So I'm going to set this initial move position just to 0. So what we should see right now is Grandpa should walk in from the top, go to our 0 coordinates, and then just stop. And right when he reaches the position, that's when I want him to start talking to you, doing stuff. I'll probably make it so like when you first come in, the camera is like tracking Grandpa like this, like you're locked in on him. And then when he reaches the spot, it opens the menu and he's like, hey there, I'm Grandpa. You know? But yeah, this actually works really well, so. I like that better instead of just this little pop-up over here, because I think it's a little, impersonal and boring. I think the tutorial is going to be a lot better if there's actually like a real guy talking to you, so. Yeah, I think this will work. All right. So let's settle that up, shall we? So what I'm going to do here is, I'll just say tutorial. I'm going to say global.camera.lerp target is equal to self. And I think we can also forcibly set zoom level. I have to look into that because I actually don't know. Can't remember if I added it. But now you can see when we first come in. And that offline notice isn't going to be visible because, you know, it's the first time you're playing the game. This sequence isn't going to happen when you're doing, like, other stuff, so. Now, it is a little weird. There's a couple things we got to fix, obviously, with this sequence. Because the first is, like, you can pick up Grandpa while he's doing that initial sequence. So I'm probably going to have another variable set somewhere just to stop people from clicking on things for a second. I think what I'll actually do is set a menu to be active. So like global dot. Because if I say menu open, I actually don't have that anymore. It's inside a UI manager. Active menu is equal to whatever. Let's just pick something. I don't know if I can say self. Yeah, because it has to be a type of menu. We'll figure it out. Watching this on a Raspberry Pi. Let's go. How's it going, Bobby? Do I have a reference? I thought I did, like to a pause menu or something. I must have that inside of here then. Options menu, sure. So this is just temporary. I just want to see if this blocks all the input from players like moving grandpa and stuff like that. It should, I believe. I have a Godot project on this Pi and I wanted to finish it. Let's go. Nice. What's the project? It still exits out of the menu though. I need to make it so you can't click on these buttons when you're in that mode. But it should stop you from being able to move grandpa, I believe. Yeah, so I can't click on anything in the world right now. All I have to do to fix this is just make it so you can't click on these buttons, and then it's fine. Or open, escape, and stuff like that. I might need to add in a new variable into the game that's like pause player input or something like that, just so you can't do anything. We'll see about that. It's an offline game, kind of like Wordle, where you get a new puzzle every day. Yeah. Sync between everyone. It's pretty epic. Are you just like reading in your whatever time your PC is saying it is and using that to determine like what word gets showed up? That'd probably be the easiest way to do it. A couple games do that, like for example, Peak actually does that. Yeah, they just have like they just determine like the seed of the map depending on the day it is. What is this? Custom runs, let's go. I haven't played Peak in a long time. I need to try it out again, because I know there's a lot of... Oh, that's actually epic. You can finally leave expeditions and come back later. Thank God. This is really cool too. Zombie mode. These like little mushroom guys. I got merch stuff, of course. Oh yeah, Fortnite. It looks so bad. Ugh. I need to play Peak again. I know there's a lot of new maps and stuff. The Roots. Yeah, there's a whole new place. I haven't explored this one yet. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, we gotta think about how this is all gonna work. And it seems like I actually wasn't able to close the menu either, which is actually interesting. So I might only have to make it so those bottom buttons don't work. Because if I do this and enable the tutorial, now when I'm in here, I can't hit escape, which is good, but I can open that menu, which is a little problematic. I might just make it so that instead of doing it that way, it's like he shows up and he just has like kind of like the chef, a little exclamation mark over his head, and then you click on him to activate the tutorial. Because otherwise I think it might be sort of problematic, right? Then I can just have some special code checking, you know, if he's in his tutorial state or not. Yeah, we'll probably do that, I presume. Because otherwise it's going to be a little broken. All right, so let's go to Let's see. Just thinking where I want to go to get this set up. Let's go into the aquarium cursor. And I think I might make Grandpa a special class of customer. We'll see. Unless I just want all customers to be able to open menus. That'd be fine. And then I guess if he's just not... Yeah, we can just delete the UI so it doesn't have a node overhead. That'd be fine. That'd be okay. So right here, if customer, instead of doing all this stuff, if object dot, if global dot tutorial and object dot character ID is equal to Grandpa, then do the normal stuff, but otherwise do this. So I'm gonna kind of do just like what I do everywhere else. Oh, and that's if clicking. Yeah, that makes sense. So whenever we click on it, I'll just do nothing for now. So that should stop us from grabbing him. And instead, I'm just gonna make it so that when you click on him, it opens up a little menu. So tutorial is active, he's walking in, then you can see I can't grab him. He's just gonna like open a menu when I click on him, so. And I'll start him like not quite so high up, just so it doesn't take a million years for the game to begin. Because he's a slow guy. I'm gonna set him like minus 32, so he only has to walk like 2 tiles. Which only take like 2 seconds. And I think that should work. Let's try it out. Yeah, so now he just walks in like that. And then he shows up. We'll have the little bell ding, an exclamation mark. It's also kind of a good way to introduce the chef in a way, because he has like the same mechanic where he has the exclamation mark and stuff, so the player already knows like what that means. It means that he wants to say something. So I think this will be a good way to do everything. So then we click on him, it'll open his menu, and he's like, "Hey there, kiddo. I'm your grandpa." And then he'll just be like, "Go travel to the pond and catch some fish." I'll just kind of like copy this tutorial tooltip over to him. I might like make it so he has like 2 panels. Like it goes through one line of text and then you click like okay, and then it shows another line of text. Dialogue, perhaps. But yeah. Anyways, we have an ad starting in a second here, guys. My apologies. Alright, so... let's see here. Grandpa. Obviously, you won't have all these customers over here and stuff. That's kind of just not gonna happen. Let's reset our data so that we can actually get a fresh state of things. Okay. Yeah, so this is what it's going to be like when you first walk in without that menu there. And he's just going to show up, have an exclamation mark, and want to talk to you. I think it's a better way of doing the tutorial. It gives people just a second to figure out, like, moving around, and, like, they realize, oh, yeah, I can click on this guy, because you'll hover over him. I think it should work. And I might not start flashing this button over here until you do, like, his tutorial question. We'll see. Although I guess I worry that people might click on one of these things and not click on the travel button. So I might make these all locked initially until... what I might do here actually is we have like tutorial active as a bool. But I kind of need to know like what phase we are in the tutorial. That might be a more accurate representation of things. So we can just keep track of like the stage. Not phase, that's stupid. Nobody says phase. Because then I know like, okay, if I'm in phase 0, that's before we've talked to Grandpa, and then phase 1 is after we've talked to him, and now like all the buttons on the bottom are clickable, like the travel button. But then when you come back, we know we're in like the next phase and they're still unclickable, but then he's like, great work, put them, go sell some guys. And then after that happens, he's like, all right, looks like you've got things going good here. And then, it's the whole sequence of things. All right, so I know I have a bunch of things that check tutorial active, but I'm going to change a lot of those now. So I'm not even going to save that. I think I'm going to retire that variable. I just call it tutorial stage. It's probably just a better way to do this. And then later on, we can even have like, more tutorial stages happen. Okay. So now I want to say if tutorial stage is equal to 0, or let's just say less than or something. We'll figure out the exact values. And then here, I don't want that to happen until we've reached the right stage. So I'm going to have another signal in here for whenever we've changed the stage of the tutorial. And here I'm just going to say, let's see, set value equal to the new value, and then say tutorial stage change.emit. Okay. So let's keep going through all this. So I'm going to do that if it's tutorial stage 1. Because, yeah, I think we're going to do, it starts at 0, talk to Grandpa, then it becomes 1, and that's when the travel button flashes. And then when you travel back to the aquarium, it resets the stage back into 2. So right here we say if stage is greater than, less than 3 or something, or 4, we'll figure it out exactly. And visible in this, I don't really want that to be visible anymore. It's just not, we're not going to do it anymore. So I'm just going to say visible is false, actually. Then this one, if global.tutorial stage is equal to 1. And like with those, we're going to have to connect up a signal, right? So we have to say, yeah, we can actually just do this on ready and then say change.connect 9, right? And then do this. We can say if the tutorial stage is that. Oh, and this is the whole menu though. Hey, Adagon, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Not bad, yeah. Welcome back, Brainoid. How's it going? Yo, let's go, salmon. Thank you for the hydrate. How's it going? What are we up to today in your stream? Yeesh. Yeah. Slime day. Nice, nice. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just working on a new tutorial thing right now. Before we just had a little pop-up menu on the top right, which was for the tutorial. A little silly. It's kind of very impersonal and it's easy to miss, so I'm changing it so it's a little more obvious now. Your grandpa actually starts talking to you. What's coming along? Yeah, if you want to... Yeah, I was just about to say, share the image of the slimes. Ayo. Data Jam slimes. Awesome. Maple slimes. Cool stuff. Yeah, I saw the Ludum Dare news. I guess it's over in 2028. Well, it sounded like it was probably going to come back though. So yeah, pretty crazy. Here we are. I think I missed something up in here. No, I didn't. Okay. So I'm gonna go into region panel. Right now I'm just getting it set up so we have like tutorial stages, so that I can choose when certain things happen. So I'm just gonna say if our region ID is that, then I want to connect this up. So hey, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I can just set the button that to true. So now I'm going to say global.tutorial stage change.connect to set shine, and I can say if global.tutorial stage is equal to 1, then we go ahead and make it start shining. That should work. So now when we first come in here, it's not going to be initially shining, which is good because I want these buttons to start off like disabled on the bottom. And then this is not happy because it doesn't know anything. Can I convert argument 1 from null? It's because it's trying to load a value that doesn't exist. So I'm just going to temporarily comment that out. Push some updates to the site because of the announcement. Yeah. So you can join the next jam now instead of that being blocked with the post-jam period. Yeah. Okay, that's probably a good idea. That's cool. Yeah, hopefully I'll have time to do Data Jam later this year. I think I will. Lured-in will already be out probably by then and stuff, so I think I will. Yeah, I didn't do it this time because, you know, Lured-in and all. It's, I just didn't have the time to, like, juggle everything. It's a lot. But yeah, once the game is out and stuff, I should be good to go. How do I set this initial? I must be in here, I guess. Oh yeah, right here, shine active, there it is. So, same thing. Global.tutorial stage change, connect, travel, update buttons. Let's say function update buttons. So tutorial stage is equal to 1, then we set that one to shine act. So now when we go in here, it should not be shining by default. So there we go. So he walks in, you will be able to click on him and talk to him. And then all these buttons down here are going to be locked initially. So these are all going to be kind of grayed out, like the research and ascension buttons. And then once you hit stage 1, travel will become visible. I think that should work. So I'm actually going to call update buttons initially. because I'm going to check if tutorial stage is 0, then I actually want to disable all the buttons. Now, there is a function, I believe, that I have inside of here for doing just that, and it's called, like, it's buttons disabled. I can set, that's the focus mode. Somewhere in here, I disable all of the buttons. Buttons disabled. So where do I use that? And then I do all this stuff here. Set focus allowed. So I must do that somewhere in here. I don't think I go through and actually disable all the buttons. I might just be modulating them. So I might have to kind of integrate a new system for this. That's fine. But yeah, I want all the buttons to start out disabled. Yeah, could not resolve classic wearing them. Oh god, it's gonna. Shut up. Oh my god, stop. Okay. Let's try this again. Should work, I think. Play. That's not going to show up. It's just because it's a little funny. Yeah. So these are just like, they're not technically actually disabled. They're just like grayed out. So we're going to make it so they actually do physically become disabled. So we're just going to do this in here. I'm going to set all of them to be disabled. I'm going to say for IN. It's like our bar buttons or something, yeah. It's true. Just like that. And then if we're in stage 1, I want to say that dot disabled is false. But then when you come back in here, the inventory button and the shop button, none of those are going to be disabled because you're not in stage 0 anymore. Yeah, this would be good just so we can kind of control the flow of things. So yeah, now you're in here. You can't click on any of these buttons just initially until you talk to your grandpa. Then you talk to him and he gives you the down low, the lowdown. And then he'll let you click on the travel button. You can customize before you do anything, which is fine. I don't care. That one doesn't really matter. I guess let's get his menu set up so we can actually do this. I'm just gonna go copy the chef menu because it's almost the exact same thing. You can call it grandpa menu. And then something I want to do in here is if we look at the chef menu. Now the thing is with the chef, there's like another node here. We're gonna kind of copy that for grandpa. That's why I might want to make him like a completely different script. I don't know yet. I'll hold off on that. Call this anchor. And then like we had with the chef. So we had right here, we set the scale of this, which we have to do over here. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to do all this stuff over here. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to make grandpa a different class. It's getting a little complicated now. That's okay. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a new inherited scene. I'm gonna call this grandpa.scene. Call him grandpa. It's gonna have mostly the same stuff, but this will simplify a lot of code, honestly. Give him the new grandpa script. Because now I can just get rid of all this extra stuff I don't care about anymore. Like, I don't want that in there. He's going to extend the customer class. So we got to get rid of all of these things. All those colors that are defined. All those. I don't care about any of those. I'm just going to call super. Yeah, I'll literally get rid of almost all of this stuff, except that right there. Because I know he's grandpa, so I'm just going to do this instead. Think that'll work? We'll find out. We'll get rid of all this stuff, and then he's gonna have a process event. Because there's some code I want him to run, like the chef does. All this stuff. Don't worry about goal position. None of the offer garbage. And I will have another variable for when he's arrived. So I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna connect this. I have a function here already for this function. Let me go look. Navigation finished. Let's just do all that stuff. All super. And then we're going to say arrived is true. So I only want to do this if any of this has arrived. Would you like to sign up for the playtest? No, not at all. I can send a key over to you. Just give me 1 second here. I guess I'll call this... Oh yeah, let me go remove that from the customer scene. Copy that stuff. Put this back into grandpa. Okay. And like with the chef, we're gonna give him the little exclamation thing. Let's go do that. All right, so now all this should work. I'm gonna say if arrived, and also I know what the current tutorial stage is. If it's equal to 0, because otherwise I don't want him to, he won't have anything else to say. Okay. Hopefully this works. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Let's find out. It should work. So he walks in. And yeah, he just does his stuff. He's chilling. If I click on him now, I can make a function to open the menu. So function open menu. So let's see, Gamedevable, if you want to go ahead and join the Discord server, that's going to be the easiest way for me to send you the key for the playtest. So yeah. Unless you're already in the Discord server, let me double check. I'm not sure. Did you already join? So open menu, we're gonna say this. It's not gonna be called chef menu, but it's okay for now. We're just gonna say toggle on. So back into our aquarium cursor, we can say right here, object.open menu. And that's it. So let's go try this out. So I go in here, he arrives, and then you can click on him to open the menu. Apparently I can't call Open menu on that. Grandpa. I'll just say if object is grandpa in here then. And global.tutorial stage. I'm getting hard lag right now. Sorry about that. Here, I can just... I'll message you. There you go. Okay, so now we can just check this. I think that'll work. I don't know why it dies when... Nah, it's okay. It should work. Oh, it lets you grab it. I think it's because tutorial stage is... Oh, I have to say if it's less than 4 or whatever. Yeah, that's the problem. Let's try that again. And then I click on him. It's still doing that. I'm not 100% sure why. It's almost like it doesn't think that he's... Oh, he's not actually grandpa. Hold on. I know what's going on here. So the problem is that instead of aquarium, I have to go into here and do right in here. So when I say add customer, right, if instance is invalid, grandpa, even with the posture check. Here, let's do this. I'm just gonna find the customer. Then if he's grandpa, we're gonna load grandpa instead now. Otherwise, then say customer is preload the regular customer. And there we go. Okay. We know that this is grandpa here, so I don't even need to do this. Oh, but otherwise it would run this other code, so that's fine. My back. Oh, okay. And this is complaining. That's because the menu's set up for the chef. So we already have grandpa menu. Let's go back into the grandpa. Rename this one to... Okay. Add it under there. And now for all the code in here, I want to delete it all. Because I don't care about any of these. I don't care about update UI. I don't care about that. I will call that. That's it. Okay, we should be able to open this up now, hopefully. I'm gonna get rid of all the other buttons and stuff in here too. Yeah, so he's got the thing over his head now. Then it starts waving. And now I have to rename this to grandpa menu. Also set this to be invisible by default. Now I click on him. Obviously it shows that right now because I haven't updated the menu. So get rid of that button. I'm just gonna say, okay. And then this is gonna say some other thing. Welcome, kiddo. Is gonna need new translations, unfortunately. What is Control 2 for? I'm not sure yet. I'll leave it just in case. Oh right, yeah, I need it there. Okay, don't delete that. Just call this the OK button. You will connect that up in here and do stuff when you press OK. All right, so what is Grandpa gonna say? Grandpa's having a stroke. All right, let's go at the tutorial node. Let's copy this text. We'll just drop it into here and then edit it. I'm not gonna say welcome to Lurden. Hey there, kiddo. As you know, my health has been failing me, so glad you're taking the reins. Such a sad story. Yeah, it's so sad. Old person has health problems, who would have guessed? This is a little... as you know, my health's been failing, so I'm glad you're taking the reins on my aquarium. I'll let this place run down a little bit. But now is chance to renovate and create a thriving business. So I'll probably have that as like the first line, and then he's gonna have another line that's like, you know, what you have to go do. I'm just gonna save our lines. So make him say Grandma wants him to make more cookies in there. I'd be fine changing the story to that if you want. Okay. Why not? Okay, I know this is gonna be nasty right here. Can I enable auto wrapping? Just for a second? Is that a thing I can do? I'm pretty sure it is. But I might have to like go into here. Interface. Word wrap. Boundary. I need it right now. Okay. I know it's a little cursed, but it's fine. Kiddo. How else would I introduce this? Let's say I'm glad you're taking the reins of my aquarium. Grandma needs... I'll say your grandma, so it's obvious that like this is your grandpa. Needs help with baking anyways. chance to renovate and create a thriving business. So that's his first line, and then you click OK, and then it shows the next one, which is all this stuff. We'll say travel, you know, to the pond to catch some fish. And then I'll actually keep these for later, because now it's like he's like walking you through things now. So instead it's going to be like this. Well, I'm just going to do this. So travel to the pond to catch some fish, and I'll meet back with you here. Like that. And then when you come back from your first trip, he's like, great work. And then I'll just say like this line. Go ahead and sell some of your new fish from your inventory. And then I'll make that you know, fancy with an icon and all that jazz. Great grandmother needs help making cookies. Somebody's got to die eventually. Unfortunately, great grandma's gone. Icon. Inventory. Then after you sell the fish, you'll kind of end the conversation. So now save up to buy a tank, start raking in cash. I know you'll take good care of the place. Yeah, magical cookies, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. So now every time that we reopen this menu or whatever, I want to navigate to the next line. So here's what we're going to do. So with the OK button. So if global.tutorial stage, all right, is equal to 0, then it's going to go ahead and move it to the next thing. So I'm going to have another thing function set text. And then I'm going to say, so I might actually just use, because that's going to be problematic. It's going to say just use the tutorial stage as like the index, but I'll just say var index. This will be fine. So we'll say index plus equals 1. Then if index is greater than or equal to 1, go ahead and say tutorial stage plus equals 1. And then we call set text. So then elif global.tutorial stage is equal to 1. Then when we hit OK, I want to say toggle off. Set text. Then also whenever we open it too, I want to say set text. Just update that. Now in here, we're going to say rich text label dot text is equal to our lines at index. So let's see if this works. Fish tend to her body well. Father should just dust away like his Thanos snapped. Alright, let's see. So he walks in, he shows his thing, you click on him, and he says this stuff. Like, anyways, let this place run down a little bit. There's a chance to renovate and create a thriving business. Then you click OK once, and then it changes to this text. Travel to the pond to catch some fish, and now you can see the travel button over there started glowing. And then you click OK, the menu closes, and it'll just keep saying that message. Cool. And then you travel to the pond. It'll be pretty obvious, I think, how to fish. I don't think I'm gonna make Grandpa tell you how to fish, because it's just like, it says it right there. So then you just wait. And then when you come back to the aquarium, that's when Grandpa will have some new lines for you. Whoa! What happened, Grandpa? He's not changing the size of the lines. What's happening there? Oh, it's because I am checking. Oh, right in here. Its tutorial stage is 0. I'll say if tutorial stage is less than 4. Oh, please lower your voice. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye. So after Grandpa's done talking to you, you just like he gets Thanos snapped and fades into dust. That'd be pretty brutal. I don't know if I want to do Grandpa dirty like that. I don't know. We'll see. It'd be kind of funny though. Maybe. It would also be very sad though. We'll see, we'll see. I'm gonna say, you know, if we're in the tutorial phase or whatever. Arrived is true. And then we'll play the arrive sound. Okay, so now he should arrive. Let's try it out. I'll turn to sand every second. Yeah, I'd probably just do a poof like the guests, the customers, you know. We already got that system in the game. So now he does the ding, which is good. So I think I'm gonna do something in here. First off, Godot? Okay. I'm gonna set a minimum size on this label in here. And I want it to change, like, if you look at the, here, let's just add some text in here really quick. And then display text, I can choose the visible ratio. So I want that to start increasing so it's kind of animated. I don't know if I'll give him like talking sounds. I'm really not sure, but we'll see. I'm just gonna say var animate text here, not var. Function. And we'll say var animate tween is equal to null. So we'll kill the animation tween, and then we say animate tween is equal to create tween. Tween dot set property? No. Yeah. Oh, property. Tween property. I need to get a reference to our label. This is going to be good for the long term. Label. The node path is going to be our visible ratio. It's going to go to 1 over the course of like 2 seconds or something. I don't know. We can do the same thing down here. Label. Okay, and then I think that's the main thing there. I have to just set then here label dot visible ratio to 0. And then whenever we begin, so on changed, I'm going to say animate text. And then also on OK pressed text. Let's try it out. Ugh. So it should just kind of scroll in like he's talking to you like that. That'll be fine. Then you click OK. Oh, and it just fully closed. Oh yeah, it's because we're in like a different stage of the tutorial now, technically, because we traveled to the place. So we're in stage 1, so it's not incrementing the index anymore. So now the next thing that we're gonna do is say, I'm just gonna do this if we're in this stage, index is equal to 1. Or let's just do this. Because if we come back to here, that's what I need to fix. Set index to 1. Let's try that again. So stage 1 will let you just click on the travel button. Oops. So we should be in stage 1 now. So yeah, it just says travel to the pond, do all that stuff. I don't know what's going on there. Oh. That's not ideal. It starts the text over like on the left or something, and then it goes wacky. That's really weird. Now I make this centered left, so it's a little easier to read. I'm gonna change this label just to say Grandpa. I'll meet back with you here. Yeah, that kind of fixes the issue. Okay, so then when you go to the pond and then come back, that's when I'm going to increment the... So I'm only going to do that if you come back with fish. So we're just going to check in aquarium. I already check here for like caught fish or whatever. Somewhere. Where is it? It's where I do that little thing. Let's just go into the aquarium. Like the little net. You know what I'm talking. The keep net, I guess that's a different piece of code here. So if it's empty, then don't do it. Otherwise here, I want to say if global.tutorial stage is equal to 1, tutorial stage is now equal to 2. So that just increments the tutorial stage. And then Grandpa will have a different line to say. Let's try it out. And also that should stop the travel button from glowing then. Let's try it out. So right now it's in phase 1. If I go travel, and if I just come back, nothing will change and it's still glowing. Also that travel button is not glowing anymore, which is a little weird. Let's check the region panel code. Oh, I just set it to that. I need to also say set shine at the beginning. Now if we do it, whoa, those shouldn't be going though. Let's just do this. Boom. Now if I go back in, it should just be that one. There we go. So now if we go travel and we actually catch a fish this time and go back, that's when the tutorial enters the next phase. So let's give it a try. Hopefully there's not any ways that this tutorial breaks. We'll see. I'm not really sure. Anyways, I caught a fish, so now if we go back, boom, we should now be in phase 2. So yeah, you can see these two buttons now are selectable down here. We can open the shop. The inventory. So I'm actually going to keep the shop locked though until we do the next part. That's a little tricky because where do I do that? I do it inside of here. Thank you for the spin, Ryan. How's it going? I check inventory in here, don't I? Oh, it's the travel button. My inventory. So right here, update buttons. So now I'm going to say if global.tutorial stage is equal to 2, that's where we set the inventory button. And this, instead of saying 0, I'm going to say if it's less than 4. Good evening. Welcome in, Ryan. So now, I'll set that to disabled. Now, where does update buttons happen? Happens at the beginning, and it's also connected to the signal. Good. Very good. So I believe this should work. Let's give it a try. So we're in phase 2 right now. If I go back in, you can see the travel button now goes away, and the inventory button is shining instead. Then let's update his text. So back into Grandpa's menu. I think this should take a little longer than 2 seconds to display. I smell something good cooking upstairs, guys. Alright, so now we're just going to say if tutorial stage now is equal to 2, we'll say toggle off. And also go set our index now. Equal to 2. Set that to be 3. Wait, no, 2. 0, 1, 2, yeah. Why is he still saying that? Hold on. Oh, that's because I'm not setting index properly. I thought it was. No, wait, it should call that any time. So here, let's move all that stuff out and then set text. Yeah, it should update the index in here. So if it's phase 1, set it to be that guy. Oh, this is different from set text. Ah. I was wondering what was going on here. Thank you. So, hey, Steven, welcome in. How's it going? Equals 0. I'll just do a match on this. It's a little bit easier for this case, since I'm only changing like literally one thing. If it's in 1, it's stuck on 1. If it's in 2, it's stuck on 2. 3 will be stuck on index is 3. Alright, how goes the playtest prep? It's going good. I think we're at a good spot. What I'm adding in right now, really quick, before the playtest starts, is a better like tutorial. Before, you know, the tutorial is just a little pop-up in the corner, and it's fine. But it's kind of very impersonal, and I just don't think it's the best match for what I want. So now your grandpa walks in, you actually get to talk to him. It shows inventory, yeah. And then you go sell the fish. Boom. And then as soon as you sell that fish, he's going to have a new thing here. So let's go into the item panel. And whenever we hit on sell pressed, yeah, I'm just going to say if global.tutorial stage, right, is equal to 2 plus equals 1, and it goes into 3. So that should work. If I go back in here now, and let's just say give all 1, so I can sell the fish. So if I go ahead and sell a fish now, boom, it'll update everything. And then now he says, now save up to buy a tank and start raking in cash. All right. I want to change a couple more things. I'm actually going to do one more line in here. So I'm going to do this line. So save up, and then as soon as you buy a tank, I'll move to the next phase of the tutorial. Great work, kiddo. I know you'll take good care of the place. That's all from me for now. Good luck, and I'll be watching fish swim by. From time to time. And then that's his final line, and after he says that line, you can't open the menu anymore. So I think that should work. One more thing down in here then. We have index, and then this one is going to be index 4. So really all of these, if... Let's just do this. Match. Tutorial stage. We're going to do the same thing. So for 0, it's going to be this stuff. Then otherwise, everything else, literally, is just going to be close the menu. Like that. And I guess these do accidentally, coincidentally line up 1-to-1. So index is just the same as the... But I'm gonna keep them separate in case I do eventually add in lines or something. I don't want to mess up all our code, so I'm just gonna keep it like how it is now. Okay. So when I buy that, so now he says to save up to buy a tank, and I'll have a little icon of that too, probably. And that's like an upgrade instead of a location. So I'll give this like a blue color. And then let's do the image thing again. Image thing again. Had a stroke, guys. And then try to say it, image thing again, and then, and just said again. All right, so I'm going to copy the path to this, the fish tank. And then when it's in that phase, I'm also going to make it so those specific buttons start flashing too. Let's see what this looks like. So I should be in the phase after I sell the first fish now, I think. We'll make sure. Ooh. Grandpa. And I think that's everything. Let's say less than 5. All right, so back into the aquarium code. I have to make the different buttons working now. So that one, we do that. And then, let's see, travel button. So then at this point, I don't want any of these buttons to be disabled. So if it's less than 3, do that. But then after that, yeah, now I can set, if it's 3, that's where the shop button starts becoming highlighted. So don't even do that. Just set the instance parameter that. And I think that'll do it. Let's go ahead and go back in. Yeah, so now the shop is just glowing because it's going to show to buy the new tank. All right. Then we'll hit buy. And then as soon as we buy that, it enters the next phase. So let's go do that on buy pressed. I want to say if upgrade ID is equal to ally new tank, I think is what it is. Then if global dot tutorial stage is equal to 3 plus equals 1. So if I give myself some money now, I can buy it. I have to probably go back into it though. Maybe. So if I buy the tank now, it didn't seem to increment my thing. Let's see where this is at. So it's on. If upgrade is li. Oh, upgrade with 1. Hey, Ezra, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Oh, snooze the ad. That begins. Yeah, we're just working on some more tutorial stuff right now. I'll show up what we've been up to in just a minute. If I hit that, there we go. No, it didn't work still. Oh, but it shows 4, so it should have. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to set that back to false after each time. I can't grab them because the doing great. Just polishing, finishing up the game. Officially renamed to Through the Shatter Epic. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Nice. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, if you got any links or anything, like a itch link or anything, Steam, you're more than welcome to pop those in chat. I'd love to check it out. Let's see. Okay, so next thing now is I have to fix that. So update buttons, I think, also happens. Let's see. I have a signal. I do. So we'll call this, instead of just saying equal to that, that being active will only be equal to that. And same thing here. First one doesn't really matter. Yeah, I gotta get that Steam page up. Ah, yeah, it's all good. I wanna make sure I get the first time playthrough free demo experience locked. Yeah, definitely. Sure soon, epic. Have a good stream. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just working toward playtest stuff right now. But yeah, it's going good. Okay, so I'm gonna put that there. And I think this will work now. Set those like that. Then those will only be shining if they're in the proper stage. So if I go back in here, the shop button is no longer doing its thing. Whoa. Okay, gotta fix a couple more things. Grandpa. That's less than 5. That's less than 5. Because right now we're on phase 4. So he'll be clickable again. Then when I click OK, it'll exit out of everything. I don't know why he seems to not be walking in properly. Might have to do something with this. No, it's not that one. Right here. I want to set that to 5. So now if I go back in here, it should... Ooh. Why is he not targeting things properly? Did you get a chance to check out my fishing game like I sent last time? I can't remember if you... It might have automatically like blocked your link or something, because I don't remember seeing a link in chat. If you want to send it again right now, feel free to. We can see what happens. I can't remember. Or did I say I was going to do it like off stream or something? I can't remember. Yeah, if you want to resend the link, I can give it a look. And let me know after you've sent the link just to see if it did like auto block it or something. It might have. What is this complaining about? I don't know why he's still walking around. Let's read all these values. There must be one that's like less than 4 still. Right here. Okay, so I think this should work. Let's try it out. I might do one more step on this tutorial where it also walks the player through adding a fish into a tank also. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So let's go into Grandpa. Gonna go into here. Yeah, it did not show up in chat. So I think what happened is that it blocked the link. Yeah, it's probably like YouTube moderation stuff is doing that automatically. I don't know if there's a way that I can disable YouTube chat moderation. I can go see if it did show up. I'm gonna go into the chat. Yeah, I just don't even see it in the chat, so I think it's blocking it. It might be like here. Thanks for the follow. The YouTube link. Yeah, it's weird that I can't see it. I don't know, if you can figure out a different way to send the link instead of just straight up in chat, you could like YouTube videos always have that ID at the end. You could just send that to me instead if you want. So if we go to a video over here on the channel, like this video, it'll have this like little this after the equal sign. Just send that in chat and I'll put it into the link and that'll work too. I got myself a grilled cheese wrap thing. Let's go. What's up? Yeah, it's going good. We're just working on tutorial stuff right now for the game. So, yeah, it's coming along. I say fish into... There we go. Thank you. What was that thumbnail? I don't want to know. There we go. Now I can look at the video. Epic. Oh! Loud. I'm just gonna skim through it right now, but
Showcase on.
yeah, this is epic. This is in Unity? Yeah. It's always cool to see like games like this that do like oh, we have ads. Well, that's only on Twitch, it's okay. Pro fishing tournament. Yeah, there's definitely kind of like two types of games. There's like the casual mess around fishing games and like the ultra realistic fishing games. So that's cool to see this though. I'll like listen through with the audio later. I'm just kind of taking a glance at things, but This is pretty neat. So is this like multiplayer, or are these like fake? I presume these are like fake people, or just like, you know, AIs. So Noxy, thank you for the follow. You step out on the boat, start fishing. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, you get this like see the thing drop down. Yeah, I've seen a couple games do the fishing that way. It's pretty epic. I like that you've got like a realistic, a lot of people when they make things underwater, they just make it kind of blue and like way too transparent. I think it's actually kind of good that you've made it super murky under here, because that's how it actually would look down there. Lake water is really dirty and gross. Yeah, that's pretty epic. So it's like it's like a fishing tournament. So you're out on the lake and you have a time limit. I like that. Yeah, kind of a round-based thing I think is really neat. Yeah, it's a cool concept. Yeah, most fishing games are usually just like recreational, but it's cool to see like competitive, like a tournament. I think is kind of a neat lens to view it through. So yeah. I think something that would help quite a bit for sure is like, I don't see any shadows or anything. It's a little, I guess just to me is looking at the video of it, like there's no shadow underneath the boat or underneath the player and stuff. So I definitely look into enabling that probably, or at least having a toggle on your options or something to turn on shadows. Because I think sometimes it makes things look pretty, what's the word? Like, I don't know, not real, fake. Yeah, it looks cool. Checking, I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and you could also do, I don't know if you have like, I think you should up the reflectiveness on your water, or have like, because normally when you're out on a body of water like this, like the water, if we look at an image of like a lake, the water always is very reflective of the environment. And I'm pretty sure Unity has the capability to do world space reflections like that. I think it would just really help make the appearance of the game just way better if you had like a lot more reflections on the water. It would make the water look a little more real to me. But yeah, just throwing out things that I'm noticing. It's not necessarily a major problem or anything. I don't know if it's like a feasible thing to implement, you know, it always depends. But you could look into doing that, like especially like having like the reflection of the sun on the water is always a big thing. But yeah, otherwise, I think with just a couple changes like that, I think it'd look really solid. You'd also maybe do some more, like, I see you've got like the trees back here. I think they're 2D images. Those are fine. The grass, I'd probably sprinkle in a couple more like shorter pieces of grass to just kind of fill it out. Because what I'm noticing just from looking at it, right, is like you see this like big patch of green and then like this one little tuft of grass sticking up. It's not like a major problem or anything, but I think it would, with a game like this, like any kind of simulator game, graphics do kind of matter a little bit. I mean, obviously gameplay is always the most important part. But I think it would definitely help to like up the scenery back here just a little bit. Also, that tree I think is like cut off. It's like half of a tree. Might want to take a look at that. But yeah, just a little more attention taken to like the background scenery and stuff I think would really help a lot too. Could do with making the water look less static. That's true, yeah. I mean, it depends on, some lakes are pretty, the water is moving around quite a bit. Usually lakes have a little bit of like a it's not obviously the same scale as the ocean, but there's a bit of like waves and ebbs and flows on things. So it's one possibility. It just depends. You know, it's always there's a lot of things that go into it. Last video I posted is a fish tank. Actually, it's testing caustics. Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, very cool. Thanks for sharing that. I do appreciate it. I'll give it a full look later. Yeah, sorry that YouTube blocks links. It's just YouTube has like built-in moderation stuff, so I didn't see it last time because it just didn't let you send it, but we're good now. So this, I'm gonna say... let me fish from your inventory into a tank. And watch the cash flow in. Okay. I'll do this and save it to buy a tank so that you can start generating some passive income. All right, and then that's going to be all the lines I think we need here. So how do I sign up for playtesting? You can go over to the Steam page here. Here, I'll put the... Let's see. It should be in the description on the YouTube live stream. But yeah, you can just hit request access and then you're signed up. I'm going to be opening it to everybody tomorrow. So be on the lookout for that. But yeah, anybody is more than welcome to join. So Gamedevable, are you able to, I don't know if you're still in here. I could whisper you a key later. If you're still in here, I don't know if you heard what I was saying before. All right, so we're gonna cut off the tutorial at stage 6. So we're gonna check all these stages, these spots where I say like 5. I'm gonna change those to 6 now. Do that. That. Add that. Yeah, hopefully this tutorial will feel fine. I want to explain all the mechanics to everybody, but I think this is a okay way to do it just because as you're like going along, you're still making progress. It's not like you're in like an isolated tutorial level, then have to restart everything again. So I think as long as it's like permanent progression, I don't think it matters if I'm locking people into a tutorial sequence. Yeah, so now he says that, move a fish from your inventory. So when we're on that phase, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Thank you for the speed. The floating chair included in the game? Fortunately not. Don't want a voice of the void it? Yeah, no, I do not want to. All right, so inventory now, we're gonna say equal to that or equal to 5. No, to 4. I think we're on 4 right now. Let me make sure. Yeah, so we're in stage 4. So stage 4, we go into here and we add a fish to a tank. And then when we go back to talk to Grandpa, he'll be like, great work. So yeah. Okay. Also, I think I'm going to make it so when you click on Grandpa, it'll actually make the exclamation thing go away. Just so that's obvious when there's like a new piece of dialogue. Nice looking game, reminds me of Stardew Valley. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun drawing all the art for this. Okay, so when you open menu, that becomes false. And then here, what I want to say is whenever he's arrived, right here, I want to set it to visible. And then also whenever a global.tutorial stage changed event happens, set it to visible again. Just so that we know when there's actually a new piece of dialogue to read, because otherwise it looks like he has something new to say when he doesn't actually. Draw this? Yeah, I do all the programming, art, sound. I don't do the music. Thank you for the hydrate. My brother is the one that does the music. But yeah, otherwise, all the stuff. Okay, so he's gonna walk in, goes the thing. So now that we've already read that, you can see that little exclamation mark goes away. We can still like talk to him and he just repeats what he just said, but now it won't like confuse you because it'll only show, yeah, that should be good. Okay, so final thing now is, also I realize I think this tank button in here is gonna be a little messed up. Let's go into here. Because I say in here to set the shine effect. I thought it was an upgrade panel. I could have sworn it was in here. I guess I didn't implement it yet. Oh, that was for the item panel. Duh. So when I do that, I actually want to update this because I'm just saying set it to, where is that? Shine. It's got to be in here, right? How long have I been making pixel art? It's been quite a long time. I started way back a long time ago. I actually started doing pixel art by making like outfits in Animal Crossing New Leaf. Because they have this little like tool in the game where you get to draw like clothing and designs and stuff, this little thing. And I spent a lot of time with this. It was really fun because it's like all like it's basically pixel art. You get like a very limited area to draw stuff in. But this was really fun. So that's how I started with everything. And then after that point, I didn't do a whole lot more pixel art stuff. I've always drawn stuff, non-pixel art stuff, my whole life. And then I started really learning pixel art more, I would say, in like high school. I started doing pixel art commissions on Fiverr. And that's when I really started to practice a lot more. I did do some pixel art for my first game back in like, so here's the timeline. 2017, I did some pixel art for my first game. That was, yeah, like 2017-ish, like right around high school era. Then I'd say like 2019 is when I started to do more Fiverr pixel art stuff. And then, yeah, I just kept doing more and more from there. I did, although this game isn't pixel art. Let's go look at it. Pogo Rocket. Still did a bit on the side during this time. I was still doing commissions for pixel art while I was working on this game. But then after this game, I worked on Starground. I'm still working on Starground. But this has been really the big, like, I would say, period in which I got a lot better at doing pixel art. Just because there's so many assets I had to do for this game, I couldn't help but learn. So, yeah, this is a really good chance to learn a lot about pixel art. And now I've been able to take a lot of the lessons from like what I've done with this game into Lured In. So it's gone well, I think. Yeah, really, it's just practice makes perfect. That's the moral of the story. So, but yeah, it really does. Let's say set instance. I might have not actually set that instance parameter yet. Okay, so for region panel, I did that. Now when it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna do this. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, that one will be fine. So I'm gonna have to kind of copy this code over and do it to selling a fish. We'll do that. Let's see. Art talent and programming is very rare to see you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got a degree in computer science and then just been doing art on the side. I've never done like any professional art training. Starground is better Forager. It's definitely a different kind of game compared to Forager. It's similar. Forager is, well, Starground's an automation game, so like I'd say it's more akin to something like Factorio or Satisfactory. But Forager was of course a big inspiration. I think it's one of the big reasons I started working on Starground is because the developer of Forager, well, there was that whole drama with everything. So Forager is abandoned. They're never going to do multiplayer for that game. And that was kind of the reason I really wanted to make Starground as like a spiritual successor, because I was really disappointed that I wasn't able to play Forager with anybody. Even though it was like this big promise thing. They probably still like have it on the roadmap and stuff in here, I bet. They haven't updated this page in a long time. But yeah, it was very disappointing. So that was the initial starting point of like, all right, I'm going to make a multiplayer game that does everything Forager did and more. How much does Starground cost? It is 14 USD. It's all localized, so it's different depending on where you live. But for the US, 14 bucks. Yeah, this game is still just in early access right now. I'm working on getting it out of early access eventually. There's still a lot of things I've got to do. So we're not quite there yet, but it's going. I've been just grinding away at it in the background while I'm doing learn-in streams and stuff, so we'll get there eventually. Drama with pretty much everything. It's true. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna copy this code. Then I'm gonna go back over to the item panel. Yeah, I don't think we ever set any. We didn't check any tutorial stuff. Okay, we did increment the tutorial stage, but I have to make it so that the button will kind of highlight. So we're gonna call set shine. So tutorial stage is 2. So that means we just came back from the pond. We're gonna say, I think it's cell button. Yeah, set shader parameter to that. And we're gonna do this. Boom. So hopefully that'll work. We need to kind of restart the whole tutorial to check that, but we will eventually. And then I think one of the final ones we need to do is just in here for the upgrade panel. Just do the exact same thing here. I'll set shine. And I want to say if upgrade ID is equal to li.upgrade.new tank. I'm pretty sure is what it's called. Yeah, new tank. Then in this case, I want to say whatever the button is I have to reference here. Text label. Can buy. Might not actually have that in here. On buy pressed. Yeah, I don't, but that's fine. I'll just grab this. So that's if we're in stage 3. I'm trying to remember all the stages. Yeah, I think that's correct. So for that, we set that to shine. Upgrade ID is that. Okay, I think we need to go ahead and restart the tutorial. I just want to make sure all these new things are working that we've added. And then the last thing is just moving the fish into the tank, and then the tutorial's over. So I'm going to go ahead and reset our data. Let's reopen the game and try it out. Okay. So we just started. Grandpa walks in. He notifies us. Thriving business. I click OK, and then it goes to the next one. Travel to the pond to catch some fish. I'll meet back with you here. So he still shows his little thing, and it goes away. I guess it's because the stage changed, and we were... So what I'm going to do is make it so that doesn't update if we're already inside of the UI. So I'm going to say right here... Oops, not global. UI manager dot UI open. I think that's what I want. Oh, it's called menu open. That's what it is. So if we already have, I want to only run this if we don't have the menu currently open. Let's give this a try. We'll probably have to restart the whole thing again. Let's do up. Say, I'm Solely Q. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so now he walks in. The little exclamation mark will appear above his head because he has something new to tell us. So we click on it. Yeah, get out, blah, blah, blah. We click OK. He says the next line. I'll meet back with you here. And there's no more exclamation mark because what he has to say is done. So that's good. The travel button's highlighted. That one's highlighted. Boom, we travel. We're gaming. All right, so if we catch a fish, let's just go ahead and do that really quick. Do I use Dialogic in this? I do not. Dialogic is a pretty interesting plugin. I think for a lot of people, it's a really good option. I personally am just kind of weary of using plugins because I really like to keep my engine up to date. I love using all the new things that come out for Godot all the time. So I don't like relying on a bunch of different plugins to do everything I need to do. Because I've had a bad experience with that in the past with Starground. Like, I'm using a plugin and then all of a sudden now it's not supported anymore, and it's a nightmare. So, kind of avoiding that. All the dialogue I've been just doing myself. I mean, this is really the first piece of dialogue I've used anywhere, so... and it might be the only one, so it's kind of fine. Anyways, I caught a fish, so we go back now. And it drops in there. He's gonna have a new thing to say now. So great work. Go ahead and sell some of your new fish from your inventory. Then his thing goes away. It shows the sell button. I click the sell button. That goes away. And then the shop is highlighted now, but it's still not enabled, which is a little weird. Because he says now save up to buy tanks, so you can start generating some passive income. So let's go fix that. I think it's just the shop. I'm probably on the wrong ID for this. Oh yeah, I'm on 3. Oh right, I'm gonna have to re-enable the button because it starts off disabled. It's fine. I'll just say if global.tutorial stage is equal to 3, then say shop button.disabled is false. So that'll fix that from, yeah, becoming unhighlighted. So now he says buy a tank, and that button is shining there, which is good, so I can give myself some money. And then when I buy the tank, it begins the next phase. He should have had something new to say, so I gotta fix that. Ah, it's because I had the menu opened. So we're gonna have to figure out a different way to handle this. I'm just gonna check the specific stage that I don't want it to happen on. So I'm just going to call this on if it's not equal to 1, then go ahead and do that. So that should fix it. Move a fish from your inventory into a tank and watch the cash flow in. So we have to go catch a fish. Wait for it to go. And well, that was a pretty tricky minigame. All right, so we've caught a fish. Now I can place it inside of the tank. So the next thing is to make this little move to tank button like glowing. Yeah, so he'll just say that again. That's fine. So into the items, the item panel. So instead of that now, I'm going to do another one, and this is going to be for our move. I don't think I have a reference to it. Yeah, move to tank. That's going to be if stage is equal to 4, I believe. Let's try it out. So if I go back in, yeah, it shows now that's going to start shining whenever we're on this stage of the tutorial. So move it from your inventory into a tank. And then whenever I do that, we have to set up some code for that as well. So I'm just going to say add to tank here. Actually, we can just go into our aquarium cursor right here. And this is where we do it. So I'm just going to say if global.tutorial stage is equal to 4. Boom. I'll just set it to 5. So now when I move this in, boom. That stage of the tutorial is over, and he has a new thing to say, which is... Oh. Maybe it didn't do what I thought. Oh, I'm probably just not setting his index properly. That's probably what it is. Yeah, duh. So when he's on 5, set his index to 5. So he'll have a new thing to say. There we go. And then on this final section, when we hit OK on this, that's when the tutorial ends. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go into, yeah, here. Then on OK pressed, I'm going to say, if our phase is 5, we're going to say toggle off like normal, and then also global.tutorial stage plus equals 1. And when we hit that on Grandpa, I want him to just start moving and walking around normally. So I'll say if global.tutorial stage greater than or equal to 6, which is the final stage, then I'll say auto target becomes true, and go ahead and pick a new target. Boom. And I'll probably have to reload that like this. So he does his tutorial pop-up. So he says this last line. That's all for me for now. I click OK, and boom, he's done. And let's do this. Like that. So that his little exclaimer thing doesn't become visible again. Yeah, after that, then that's it. The tutorial's over, and now you're just in the game. So I think that's everything that we need to do. We're going to go ahead and restart one more time and just run through all of it again and make sure it's fine. But I think we should be good to go. See, I'm glad to get this working for the playtest because I think it's just going to be really helpful. Having a more like full-on tutorial to do things. Because it brings you through the process of like, traveling and buying things and placing fish. I mean, those are all the core, you know, gameplay components. Okay. So let's try it out. So he walks in for the first time. I might make it so he walks a little bit faster. We'll see. But also here, when I set this to be visible, I'm just going to say show exclamation. And it'll do this. This way I can play the sound whenever there's a new thing to say. So right there. All right. I'm just gonna reset just to make sure it's all good. I can't click anything. Boom. He walks in. He's got a new thing to tell us. Hey there, kiddo. Now's your chance to renovate and create a thriving business. So you click OK, goes to the next line, the travel button becomes highlighted. So I click on that, I travel. All right, and then even if I leave without catching a fish, then he just kind of does his same line again, which is like, hey, travel. All right, so let's catch a fish. Wait for the fish to catch. I don't really think this phase of it needs like a step-by-step tutorial. I mean, it's literally just click a button and then you kind of figure it out. It's kind of okay if I let people fail a tiny bit. Like, you don't have to succeed at every little minute thing. So now he's like, great work. Go ahead and sell some of your new fish from your inventory. And then I click sell. The ding happens again, so he's got a new thing to tell us. Save up to buy a tank so you can start generating passive income. So I'll give myself some money. We buy a tank. His ding happens again. Move a fish from your inventory into a tank and watch the cash flow in. So I'll just give myself some fish. It shows the move tank thing. So I do it. Boom. Then he's got the final line. Great work. I know you'll take good care of this place. It's all for me for now. Good luck. And then after that, that's it. Tutorial is over, and he's just walking around. You can pick him up and do whatever you want to him, like normal. Yeah. I think that's a much better tutorial, in my opinion. I think the other one, it was like, it's better because this breaks it up into small, bite-sized chunks. Like, okay, do this one thing, and you complete it. Okay, do this one thing. It's step by step. The problem with having a little pop-up panel, like, it's okay for the old version of the game that we had, but it's kind of like, all right, you have to now memorize everything that this little panel just told you, and it's just too much information. So this is much better because it's like, I don't know. I think it's just more user-friendly, in my opinion. So David Ocho, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I think that's it. I don't think there's any other problems with it. I'll probably push this version for all the playtesters, just to make sure everything's going good. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any bugs with it. I'll do some more testing tonight and just absolutely make sure. But yeah, then after this, you're just free to go and do whatever you want. One thing I'm going to say right here is if you don't have any more, just go catch some more. Catch one from the pond. Right there, pond. All right, well, I think that's probably going to be it for today's stream then, since we've got everything working. So yeah, pretty cool stuff today, guys. I'm glad I got this working before the playtest. I was a little worried about being able to squeeze it in before. But honestly, things went pretty smoothly. You know, we've got Grandpa as like a permanent character and stuff. So yeah, I think we're gaming. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid out. Let's raid. Who do we want to raid? There's a lot of people on right now. Let's raid Captain Krabs. Thank you for the posture check. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. Learn in playtest tomorrow, so be sure to sign up if you want to play the game. I don't know if you're still here or not, Game Devable, but I'm gonna send you a key for the game. You don't have to go through the playtest. I'll figure that out. But yeah. Just write a thing down really quick. Alright, and we're gonna go start the raid on Captain Krabs. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. I'm excited to see what happens with the playtest tomorrow. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully there's no big bugs. We will see. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming in, for the raids, Ezra and Adagon. I appreciate it. And we'll be live again on Friday at 3:30 MDT. So yeah. Wishlist the game, grab Starground if you want. Join the Discord if you want. All the usual stuff. Yeah. I'll see you all next time, everybody. Bye bye. Thank you everybody for coming in. Bye.